All right. So we should be live on YouTube, so welcome in YouTube. But we're gonna go ahead and pick up where we left off with the Castaways, in Wilson's Last Resort. Which the incredible irony of all of that was yesterday's stream, which is when we started this run. We had a quest show up. I don't remember what the animal was. I think it was a capybara. That we had like the Empire be like, "Hey, could you take care of our capybara? By the way, the capybara's name is Wilson." By just sheer RNG. So Wilson's Last Resort did host Wilson. Um, but with that said, what we're doing in this run is we are running what's known as the Hospitality mod. And for those who are unfamiliar with the Hospitality mod, basically the way this works is we will have guests who will come by and they'll say, "Hey, I want to stay at your place. Is that okay?" And we'll say, "Yes, I would like you to stay." And then as long as we give them a good experience while they're here, they will give us things of value, stuff like silver and all that, which is really nice. If they have an absolutely awful time, they won't do that and they won't come back anytime soon. So it actually is in our best interest to make them happy. Now, that said, if we look at the world map, which is going to take a moment to populate, we are an archipelago in the middle of the ocean. And the downside is, when events happen off of our tile that affect us, I can't do anything about it till we get drop pods. And so right now I've got a smoke spewer that I cannot go to because I don't have drop pods. So this tropical resort is now under a giant smoke cloud for the rest of its existence. The good news is the giant smoke cloud just slows down the speed of our crops growing, so it's whatever. Out of the events we could have had, it's pretty much whatever. But if you look at this tile, it's mostly water. There is no stone. There is no metal. There's none of those things. We are growing trees, and we have dryads we're taking care of to give us extra wood. So we do have wood, but it's fairly limited capacity that takes forever to grow. So it is a slow process of getting things going. That said, the reason we ended our melee run, for those who weren't aware, we didn't die in that run, I chose to abandon it, is in the course of, it was like 2 or 3 streams, I think it was like 2.5 streams or whatever, in the melee run, we successfully researched 5 technologies because of how slow it was, whereas this colony, who is still tribal, so we still have a 50% research penalty, was already past that point in about an hour and a half into stream yesterday. So I enjoy my slow burn runs, but there is definitely a limit on how slow they can go. And that was way past that. A research known toxifier generator. Excellent. For those who don't know, I am running the no research random research mods. So if I pop in here real fast, you'll notice geothermal, which I want. There's no button here. I'm just subjected to it. We've given the keys to our R&D department to Randy and said, "Have a nice time." It's been cursed. We did get stone cutting recently, which will get that going as well. We do have, once these prisoners are out of here, which is in a day and a half that we're watching them for, we will finally be able to open up and start letting some people stay at our colony for the guests and all that. At that phase of the game, we are going to want to be producing way more food than we need, because it is going to be those things where I have like my 8 colonists and then 7 colonists, and then suddenly I've got 11 guests that are going to eat a whole bunch of food, and then they'll go away, and there's going to be a lot of very dramatically varying needs in this colony. But for the time being, we're trying to get these bedrooms online. That's what we're working on. You can also see that because of all the water, I'm having to build on the water, which means everything is wood and super flammable. It'll definitely not backfire and be awful in every single imaginable way. It's actually not going to be as bad as you'd think with all the water around it. The fire won't spread particularly well. So it is one of those things that you mostly block the fire along the routes. It can jump over the water as well, but the rate of fire jumping over multiple tiles versus right next to it is much, much lower. Now, the good news is, from a defensive perspective, watching people wade through the ocean at me while I can shoot at them definitely gives me a little bit of a combat advantage. That won't work out forever. Sooner or later, I'm going to get like a mech cluster over here, and I will have to wade through the water at them, and then everything will go sideways. But that's for tomorrow me to care about. All right, so Conrite and a Night Dweller are celebrating their wedding. So far, okay, I was about to say it's like almost no one's attending, but no, we got them. They're here finally. They just had other things they want to do first. Sieges are going to suck though. Yes. Sieges are gonna be a problem. Especially since I can't reliably get to steel until we get to deep drilling. So it's just a matter of trading for steel until you can shoot back. Counter argument, Darth, they will get walls that they'll build cover. And I will have to wait out in the wide open while they stand behind cover. And we will shoot at each other where they have cover. Which means on the dice rolls, they're going to have a real strong advantage over me. Alright, and conversion. So we did convert one of the prisoners that was hanging out here, so that's good news. We'll get one last attempt to convert the other one. I don't think you're going to get that one converted in time. That's fine. No, from even longer range than... That's right. I mean, the only answer there would be mortars. The big problem with the mortars is I'm going to need steel for that. And until we get deep drilling, like... I'm sitting on 73 steel for my whole colony. So even if I get geothermal, I get to stare at the geothermal vent there and go, man, it'd be really nice if we had some steel. And we've been deliberately not using steel for helmets or anything like that. All right. So let's go ahead and get our two people into the shuttle. And then we can turn those back into regular bedrooms. And then it will be time to open for business. Alright, what were you here for? Oh, right! We were getting a Psychic Emanator. That's right. I was like, I don't remember what that was for. Yeah, so Psychic Emanator, we're going to plop that right here into our production room. Because a Psychic Emanator is going to help a lot have people happen. Can you build hidden conduits on bridges? Or we get the event? I believe we can build hidden conduits, if I remember correctly. Yep. You can build hidden conduits on that. I haven't bothered hooking up more stuff yet. But all that. So with this, I've got 7 bedrooms. And actually, I have 8 bedrooms. And the reason I have 8 is because we are fortunate enough that we got 2 of our people married. So 2 people share a bedroom. That'd be a forever pain if you couldn't. Oh yeah, no, I would have to, one, not have batteries so that at least I could mitigate how bad or how severe the event would be. And we stopped bothering with the psychic tree. People didn't have the capacity to keep up with it as well. Alright, so it's time to get our next bedroom online. Oh, and you can set a price for bedrooms. So like this bedroom, it just says $0. You can set a price for them to stay. In my experience, you're better off just leaving them all free, and then they just give you what they think you should be paid afterwards. And it's just kind of one of those things. When you get mortar ammo and mortar tech, you'd be better off. Right, the issue is I don't have a great way of keeping the mortars online. Plus, you also have to remember in RimWorld nowadays, unless you're modding, mortars require the barrels, and you can't craft the barrels. So you have to be on the lookout to keep replacing the barrels yourself. They're not sustainable. You have to go out of your way for them. I still agree that I would use mortars if I have them available to use, but it is one of those things that mortars are a luxury you can't count on having available to you. And especially since I have random research, no research, and mortars are over here locked behind 2 tiers of tech I don't have, it's very likely I might not even get the mortars at all. Your method for hospitality is to leave the beds free until people show up, then check everyone's inventory to see how much silver they have to crank up the prices. Yeah, Gil, classic mortars aren't an option in the options menu anymore. I mean, they might be an option. I haven't looked at that in a while. I actually don't even see where I don't know where that'd even be. Because I didn't see... I don't remember there being a classic mortars. Oh, and Storyteller? Yeah, I'm not customizing any of the Storyteller settings. I wouldn't change it anyways, to be honest. I'm content with them having that expense to them. Research known, machining. Because it is to me what I feel like a decent balance choice. Because it was one of those things that you could just not have to worry about certain types of raids. As long as you had enough mortar shells sitting around, you could just flatten them. Mortars are also just not great. Yeah, no, they're not great in actually defeating a raid, not unless you're using anti-grains. But otherwise, it just slapped down a bunch of the mortars and all that to try and destroy one of the things and get the enemies to attack you. But that requires you to have like 4, 5, 6 mortars going off to pepper the area to mitigate the RNG. You know, roll the dice a lot more times. Yeah, the mortar change is a good one. You left it changed too once they updated. Yeah, no, I agree. It's like they've nerfed a number of strategies in the game over the years. And while some of them definitely hurt and we're a little bit sad to see that strategy go, I do think it's good that they went and changed a lot of them. They also changed the mortars to base off the shooter's value also, right? To balance it? I don't know about that one. Like I haven't really had the best luck one way or the other about getting people who are reliable with mortars ever. So I don't know, like, if it's just a raw percentage chance with a mortar, or if, like, the shooting skill even matters. I haven't appreciably noticed a difference, but at the same time, especially with the random research, no research, I actually don't get to use mortars very often. Alright, so I got another bedroom ready to rock and roll. Alright, Psychic Drone. And O-Tan has nothing to work on, so congratulations. Anyone who is idle, go punch a machine. You think Combat Expanded requires someone to have line of sight to hit or have better accuracy, which is something that I feel would be nice to vanilla? Yeah. Alright, so there's the peace talks, which we will be not attending because I can't reach them. Alright, go about your business. Alright, one other thing I'm going to start doing is I'm going to try and watch where they cross. Yeah, so let's go ahead. And give ourselves a bridge to that island. Just that way we can start getting to where I can reach the outer islands before the enemy gets a chance to close up. Yeah, and that'd definitely be the thing, is I feel like if you had to have line of sight for the mortars to work, which, don't get me wrong, is a realistic thing, that you're not just going to be, hey, start hucking shells in that direction. You're just going to waste ammo. So requiring, like, line of sight, like a spotter or something like that. I think the problem with that is you'd have to give that a requirement for the AI, which would mean you could effectively completely disable mortars for all intents and purposes to be used against you. And that would just be, you know, the whole thing. You can just eat mortars anyways, but if you have a spotter, it's way more accurate. Yeah. I don't know, I've never been happy with the combat expanded stuff I've seen. Like, it's fine, I'm glad it exists. But for me, I look at it like, nah, this is just not a mod for me. So once we get this 4th bedroom done, we're gonna start building our freezer. And let's double check the AC weight requirements. Medium. That's fine. I already have a spot where we're gonna put the 3 ACs here, and then this is gonna be an open spot. So let's just, in advance, do not build a roof on that spot. And then I don't have enough stone to build anything there, which is a little bit of a danger. It's actually a really big danger. But it's one I'm gonna have to just accept. Please stop social fighting. Alright, first, you hold that away, and you treat them. That way their gun doesn't just rot outside. Fear cluster. Yeah, you know what? I'm not convinced. I don't have EMP, I don't have smoke grenades. That is the exact kind of thing I don't want on my map. So we're just gonna not sign up for things that are very specifically bad for this colony. Because again, it can plop down right here and then have range in this whole area over here. And I would have to just walk through the open and just get destroyed. So I'd have to like keep my people walking around it and just be a matter of time before someone has a break and runs over there to grab something that someone drops. Let's see, it looks like 9 tiles, miss radius, then a combination of shooting skill, plus sight, plus manipulation that lowers the miss radius for the mortars. That's actually not as bad as I would have thought, because it always feels like it's way off target. I mean, don't get me wrong, 9 tiles is pretty big. If we consider it, we could go ahead and do this. Zones. So it's miss radius. So that'd be the area coverage right there. So that is a pretty large area, all things considered. Let's see, did you make a bill for the stone cutting? Did we actually finish the table finally? Yeah, no, we hadn't done that yet. And we are just gonna save forever because that's all the stone in the map, so we should be able to get that knocked out relatively quick. But the big thing I want to do for here is this spot there. I'm going to want to make as much of that stone in that area, just so that with the freezer I don't have to worry about all that kind of nonsense. How are these oak trees doing? The oak trees are coming along. They're a little over halfway grown. Because realistically, keeping guests around here for any meaningful amount of time is going to really need me to have a freezer so that way it can kind of absorb the buffer of a whole bunch of people coming by at the same time. Was not bad, especially if you have a saturated fire line dialed in. Right, the catch is still the barrels. Like, to give you an idea, I think it's the combat caravans usually have the barrels, like 1 out of every 2 or 3 of them. And if I have like 4 mortars firing at the same time, it means each engagement I'm probably going through a barrel or 2. Like, on average, it'd be all of them get to, like, halfway, and then the next engagement they actually break. So that's a lot of expense, because those barrels aren't cheap. And then just, honestly, it's not even an expense so much as getting a hold of them, because you cannot craft them. They are a deliberate bottleneck for both those and the autonomous turrets. Because it used to be you could just put up a ton of autonomous turrets, and they could effectively defend you against a lot of things. They weren't perfect. They had their limitations. But they could handle a lot. And you can keep everyone, you know, safely back at home and just patch them up after the fight. In the absolute best case scenario with is level 20 shooting, 150 manipulation, which would result in a 4.1 miss radius. And it looks like sight can make it worse when it's below 100%, but you can't make it better than above 100%. Gotcha. So 4.1, we'll assume it rounds up. So it'd be 5 by 5. Yeah, so that is a really small area at that point. Like that you're going to, if you miss, it's kind of like you could miss, but you're probably still hitting something near your target. So far as like, you may not hit the individual you were shooting at, but you're gonna hit the one standing next to him. Versus when you have the giant radius, you straight up miss the entire engagement quite a bit. I'm gonna make the mistake, chat, because I feel like queuing this up. Because that's what it's gonna take to make all this. Alright. I always found it interesting the way it worked for like ordnance and all that. Flak armor. I would love that if I had steel. But I have no steel. I can't even make the workbench that I would like to put that on. Okay, so we're starting to get stone. See, I'm thinking is we'll expand this room that way a little bit. Make a little bit more space. I could fit like another workbench or two in there. Let's actually focus, before I worry about that. Slate. There's the barricades. Structure, slate wall. I'm trying to build as much of the area immediately around the ACs out of stone, so they're not flammable. So we know we're good there. And we did already remove the AC, or the ceiling, so we're good there. And then once we, well actually, let's not tear down that until we get more of the wall built. Sorry. But in tabletop, the way it would work is you have, we call it a pie plate, but it's a little circle that marks where your ordnance is supposed to hit. And you'd say, I want to put it right here, like right here on this spot. And you put the center there, and then you roll these 3 dice. And with the 3 dice you roll, one of them will be, does it hit on target? There's a 1 in 3 chance it hits on target. And then there's 2 of the sides are, it was like, 1 or 2 of them were like on target, and I think the other ones were like different directions, and you roll it and it has an arrow pointing if you don't have it on target. And if it's not on target, then depending on like how accurate the weapon is, your character's, you know, shooting a tribute or whatever, you would take the other 2 dice, and it's either like the cumulative number is how much it drifts or half of it or whatever. And you'd sit there and you'd like, or like the better, the smaller of the 2 or the higher of the 2 or whatever. You get the idea. But you'd sit there and you'd roll all that, and you'd take it from that point, and you'd measure that far out, and then you put the circle that's going to be everything that gets hit in that spot. Alright, so you are back up. Let's have you go grab your gun again. But yeah. I used to play a lot of Warhammer 40k, and I would fight against a lot of players who used very ordnance-heavy armies. Which usually worked out pretty well for my army, because the gist of the army I played as was just super-duper durable units. That I would get armor and invul saves on everything, as opposed to, you know, large number of units, which made it a lot harder for people to accurately hit me with stuff. Because, you know, you can have, if you have a big enough group, a miss is still a hit because you're going to hit something. But me, if it drifted more than an inch or 2, you completely missed my entire group. And then even if you did hit, I got a pretty good chance that I would just shrug off the hit and ignore it. Because the characters I played as were basically walking tanks. Which did have major drawbacks. It was not a particularly competitive army. Oh, you're probably putting the blocks in here, aren't you? Don't do that. That's fine. Alright. So that way they don't pile up the blocks in this area. I'm going to want to put shelves in there. Well, no, I'm not, because we're going to be making our storage up here. Alright, so we've got the wall built there. We'll have 3 ACs to put here. I'm going to... do that, but I'm going to disable actually building them. Just so we can see where that, like, have the reference point. Yeah, it's going to be a major project that's going to take a decent amount of time to see through. Good old days of pie plate Warhammer? Yep. Yeah, when I played it the most, it was one of the main armies you'd play against. One of the go-to strategies is to put a bunch of like inexpensive units that just took forever to kill because of sheer number, put them in the front, and then it was like nothing but like there was like they could get like 6 tanks in the back that all had the pie plate thing, and the entire idea is you just peppered the other army with those. It was really an annoying thing to play against. Like, it wasn't that hard of an army to beat with a lot of different things, but it was just like a counter meta at the time. But it just meant there was entire armies that were non-viable while that was a thing. That doesn't block, does it? No, you're good. I'd actually never put a production table in front of a wind turbine, so I was like, wait a second. Hey, Mohammed, how's it going? Yeah, no, I do. It's right here. It's going. We're just starting to get stone up. The bigger problem is we're building on water, and I can't use stone on water. Sounds like the Imperial Guard? Correct. Still common strat for them. A bit of infantry to hold the objectives while multiple self-propelled guns sitting in the back line with enough range to hit everything on the table beside you. That game is running. Yeah. Yep. There was a lot of very strong counters to the that whole setup, though. You get the things that are good at just dropping one target, and there's just no way to keep the tanks out of line of sight of a couple of them, so once you got that, that army just fell apart. You just ignored the troops entirely and just went for the tanks in the back, and once they were done, you just had a whole bunch of people. The people who play Warhammer jokingly call their guns flashlights because they're about as effective as hitting someone with a flashlight. They only win because you get like 200-300 rolls by the time you finish your turn that just randomly a couple are going to actually do some damage. Mechanoid cluster. Alright, so we've got a centipede blaster and 2 auto turrets. So this area is now off limits. We're gonna go to our roster here. Let's see, allowed area. We'll say area 1. What is your range? It's about halfway across that zone. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is for right now, expand allowed area. I'm gonna go one more over this way. And I'm going to go with the strategy of, that is not my problem. I don't want it. I don't care. That could be someone else's problem. They can deal with it. So let's go here, manage areas, invert, and we'll rename this to danger. All right. And schedule, everyone's in the danger zone. Because they didn't have a timer for when it turns on, and the reason I'm ignoring it is this is a very easy fight if we had smoke grenade launcher. Because the smoke grenade launcher, I would just start dropping smoke grenades till we got to around here. And then we could just push in on the turrets and just drop the smoke grenades in the area, get someone into melee to start banging on the centipede, fire a whole bunch of bullets into the centipede, back off the melee unit, out of there, and then you can just kill these as we feel like. Bulk goods trader. You want to go and aggro those mechs? They're not going to aggro, the mechs are asleep. But sooner or later, something will wake up the mechs. I appreciate that the mechs are chill with this. Our smoke grenades, smoke grenade launchers are vanilla. Smoke grenades themselves, I don't remember. Basic mech tech. Okay, that's cool, I guess. But yeah, so we are shopping around for smoke grenades. Smoke grenade launchers, sorry. I have got what you need. Give me your steel. Take the dye. Formal apparel and gene processors is the book they have. Take the Nutramine as well, because we have the medicine. How much fabric do I have? I have enough cloth, so we're gonna go ahead and just get rid of all of the clothing for the money. Is there anything else I want from you? Probably not. So haul the Nutramine out of there. And you go ahead and haul the rest, so it doesn't rot. Yeah, I don't think smoke grenades as a separate thing are vanilla. I'm pretty sure, like, smoke grenade launchers I know are, but smoke grenades I don't believe so. We don't have the tech we need to do that. I imagine that's just going to stay there till something, like a raid shows up and decides to pick a fight with it. But if we get a combat one that comes by and has a smoke grenade, then we can start dealing with that. Because like I said, what we'd probably do for the smoke grenade launcher is we would just get close enough, start dropping smoke grenades around here until we had it so the guns wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Visitors from the Exodus Empire would like to visit. I assure your safety. Don't you worry about it. You're welcome to stay. So we got 3 guests here. Welcome to the colony. Hey, Edwig Live, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in, Raiders. We're just having our very first guests from hospitality show up. Let's see. We'll leave you in the home zone for accommodations. We don't have a shopping place for them yet. Do we actually want to open this? No, you'll probably buy my Nutramine. You had a fantastic stream. Was your first affiliate stream? Nice. Congratulations on affiliate. That's, your first, major milestone. Playing some RimWorld and U-Boat lately, so if people are looking for RimWorld and U-Boat, you can find it there. Maybe the Raiders are the guests? Maybe. Hope you have a good time with your colony. Yeah, we've got our first mech cluster. We are doing no research, random research, so they're not aggroed, so I can ignore them. But I don't have EMP or smoke grenades to shut them down, because with no research, random research, I haven't been able to target that. Because honestly, in EMP, I could do this very easily as well. I could just drop the EMP right in the middle of it. And again, we would focus fire the centipede with the melee, keeping it tied up just in case. The melee would back off, and we would take out the guns. But we're working on this. We are doing a tropical resort colony, so we do actually have the hospitality mod going. So that's good. Oh, one of the other things we should do is... let's see. Ask if it's safe to come. Guests may take food for free. We'll leave that alone. Try to create friendships. Try to entertain. Cool. Seems like a bunch of fun. Yeah. So it is dealing with this. We're on an archipelago, so if you look, there's no stone, there's no metal. So we are desperately scraping together with just wood. What do you mean no research, by the way? Do you just start out with nothing research? Correct. No research is a mod that you start with literally no research. And then random research means I don't get to choose what I research. They choose for me. All right, so we just got formal wear. So we're going to switch our hats up just because we can. So I'm going to go ahead and say 80% on the beret. Let's just make nicer hats. And we're going to put that up here. Get rid of the cowboy hats. No more cowboy hats. Not because this strategically makes any type of sense either. We are also going to move into formal shirts. Again, it doesn't make sense for me to do this. I'm choosing to do this anyways. It's not min-max. If it's min-max, it's in the wrong direction. I think we're good otherwise. And we can go ahead and take the button-down shirts out. Yeah, random research reveals what you're researching when it's almost done. Let's see, there is also a bug. Yeah, there is a way I can actually see... Yeah, it's max min. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's max min. It's the opposite of min-max. It's saying, what is the least efficient way of doing things? Not really. We're not also doing that. But the point being, I don't do a lot of min-max gameplay on here. I don't do like super duper sweaty tryhard. I tend to do more environmental challenge runs. I do a run where it's like we've got the pollution stuff maxed out. We choose a tile that's maxed out and I'm not allowed to ship or whatever the pollution away. I have to deal with it on my tile. Nor am I allowed to choose a group who is immune to pollution or anything like that. We did an Adam and Eve run where I started with 2 colonists in a relationship and I had to build an entire colony from that. And we got up to the low to mid 20s of colonists before it finally did die. We've done plenty of wins in the game. We've done anomaly victories. Like, you know, I did an anomaly victory my very first attempt at anomaly. And all that. As the formal shirts make complete sense, resort staff should look professional, even when doing mundane tasks like sweeping the beach, fighting off raiders, and serving margaritas. Exactly. You get it. Conversation resentment. Good value bed. My bed was a good deal. So we're going to continue working on this, making things nicer. We definitely need to make a better rec room. I definitely need to start doing better food. That's going to be a whole thing. Oh, we also have a giant smoke cloud on our tile that I can't do anything about because we don't have drop pods and it's on a separate continent that I can't get to because we're an island. To make an archipelago, I had to choose an island place that's surrounded by water. I was hoping to find one like the middle of the ocean that I didn't have to worry about it, but that we weren't so lucky. So the drop pods, the transport pods, we actually aren't that far from getting it if I built the higher tech bench, which I probably should relatively soon. I'm just hoping to land some geothermal and all that before we get there, because if I get a geothermal plant down, then electricity's just gonna not be a big problem. Where if I don't get one, I want to keep my electricity consumption relatively low until I get more securing of steel, because right now, I have to trade for steel. I don't have a reliable resource of steel on my tile. Well, it wasn't for... Let's see, at least it wasn't a psychic suppressor. Oh man, no, there was a lot of things if it had been that would be like killer to the run. Psychic suppressor, if it was the toxic emanator or whatever it's called. Any of those style ones would have been pretty awful. Yeah, so we're gonna expand this room a little bit to give me enough room for a machining bench, and I might try to have a smelter. I don't think we'll be able to keep it on constantly. I think our one turbine won't be able to sustain it. Let's see, can another one spawn with that off-the-map problem causer? I actually don't know what the rules are, because usually I take out the problem causer, or I die. I've never sat there and just let it be. Because usually it's a big enough an issue to be... Sorry, usually it's a big enough issue to be like, no, I need to take care of this. Yeah, so we're trying to get our giant freezer online. We're getting more bedrooms online. We're just dealing with the bottleneck that is wood, which granted we're getting a steady wood supply now. Their stay was okay. 21. They will visit again in a while. Thanks, man. I hope you had a very okay stay. Did you remember that one man in your 20-person colony did not plan for that, you swear? You got a male psychic droner. Raids are like 50% off of the rest that run. Yeah, I've had starts where I start either with like all one gender or like 4-to-1 or whatever just by happenstance. I've never had it go very far though. It's almost always like just the beginning and then after that. I definitely see where you can get a colony that just by the circumstances of what happens, you end up with a very one-sided, no, that's not that, a very one-side, you know, being represented kind of thing. Okay, so we got the machining table and the smelter. Because with that, I could start smelting what slag was on the map. And that'll help out. Alright. You're inspired, that's fine.
Thank you KLL21 for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, KLL, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, so you can use it anywhere here on Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and it means a whole heck of a lot that you do that. So thank you so much for that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again. I wonder who was meditating that actually got us some of that grass going. Because we had Luxray doing it earlier, and then I gave up because Luxray was just being stretched too thin on what they were working on. Alright, so we have the machining table. So I can make the EMP grenades. So we are going to tell it to shred the mechs forever, which makes the regular crafting zone unnecessary. We've got a Mad Muffalo down here. All right. Is your colony now? Because it's pretty interesting. You have no objections to mods. You don't ever seem to get around to using any really. I normally mod extremely lightly. This is a bit more modded than I normally do. And like when it comes to mods, we're mostly just running the hospitality mod. But generally, I'm kind of the same way, where I've got like a couple quality of life mods, and that's basically it. Oh, I didn't update my mods command to have hospitality listed. But yeah, so normally the mods I run is no research, random research, so I don't control research. And I start with none. And then I have some quality of life stuff that's just like UI things or whatever. The only mod I normally run that does affect gameplay, is geological landforms, which just gives us maps like this one, the archipelago. Hydroponics. That's got potential. I probably won't use that anytime soon, but that's one of those things that where I have like the limited thing. Yeah, landforms is probably one of your favorite mods. Oh, it's amazing because there's some of those maps are easier than most of that, like normal maps, but then there's a lot of those maps that are just straight up way harder than the usual maps. Like Swamp Hill as well as ones, it's a bit of both. Because you start that out and you're like, man, I got this really strong defensive position. This is great. And then you start kind of getting a proper sized colony that's outgrowing your little chunk of rock, and you're going, hang on a second. I'm gonna need moisture pumps to make any kind of meaningful defense or anything like that. Goats join. The goats have chosen death. Good for you, goats. Yeah, so we're slowly making progress on our freezer. It's going to take a while to get that built. And we can also go down here and say structure. Get the area I can build out of actual stone wall, built out of stone wall. Knowing most of it I can't. Meanwhile, I can go down here, and this is the first wall spot there. Get that started. Yeah, no, I got a nice rotation going with the poplar trees now, where it's like every other day we're cutting down a tree or two and just kind of rotating through it. So we usually always have a little bit on hand. Man, we are making a very oversized freezer. That is part of the intent, is to have that. We're going to make this into a dining room later. Right now, this one's just fine as a substitute because I need the material. Like, the freezer's more important. This will be our main storage room down the line. I'll make more like cabanas over here. If it's oversized, it just means you need to hunt more. Yep. Let's see, one involved getting hit with 50 plus raids at once alongside 20 manhunter packs. Another, you couldn't interact with anything. It's amazing the amount of mods you just throw into RimWorld, and you only ever had a couple of cases with conflicts just fully break your game. Yeah. Like, usually when mods with RimWorld cause problems, the vast majority of the time, it's balance problems. It's not like you straight up die problems. It's balance issues. I wonder why you're not butchering the creature. So the cook is you. I'm gonna make you manually do that before we lose that buffalo. Let's see, you like the geological landforms mod, but after a few failed quests because of this mod, you stopped using it. Because off-map location, there'd be a spawn around my colony that happened to be inside an impassable mountain. Instantly failed the quest. I haven't had that one. I've had a couple where you're supposed to be attacked by something and then the raiders wouldn't show up because where it tried to decide to have them show up, you know, just wasn't available as a place to be. I've had that happen once in a very long while, but that's usually when you're doing like some of the more exotic ones like Crater or Rift. So they have like the shuttle down mission, and then just nobody shows up to attack, and you're just like, okay, I'll take a freebie. All right. I do wonder if we get another dryad, or another dryad tree, if I go and I get my other growing person to work on that just to get more wood coming in. Because I gotta watch, because I can put too many people out, then all of my other tasks don't get done. But 120 something wood a day from just, well, it's 64 wood a day just from the dryads does do a lot for our progression. Alright, meanwhile, we can go over here and say... Get that power line starting to run over there. Because I want to get the power line into the rooms for lights down the road. We'll also pop down here. We do have all the DLC turned on, so Anomaly is turned on. Like, if you need your evidence, there's the Fallen Monolith. We haven't activated the Fallen Monolith yet. I do intend to activate the Fallen Monolith at some point. And part of the reason I want to do that at some point is what I'm going to end up doing is by sealing the things in the back. One, it's fun. And then two, on top of that, you know, there's something about this cursed resort where everything's dealing with like tropical paradise out front. And then meanwhile, they're keeping dangerous creatures locked in the back. And then on top of that, bioferrite will be a very useful material for us to be able to set up a lot of tech and all that kind of things that is renewable as long as we start catching stuff. But with our tech being so far behind and the lack of metal and all that, we haven't been putting a lot of effort into that yet, since what am I gonna keep? Like, I can't keep the things locked away. I don't have much to build to do that. Maybe that's one of the things is like over here we put like a containment room, or over here in the open water we put a containment room. It's gonna be hard to have good containment though, because we're gonna make stuff out of wood walls, and that's not gonna offer us much containment. Insulting spree. Because you're in a poor mood. Thanks, Luxray. That's gonna help a lot. It'll definitely help the entire colony to have you insulting everyone. Yeah, and everyone's starting to get mood penalties from being insulted, so that's lovely. We have so many people like Insulted 2, Insulted 4, Insulted 8. Insulting spree is such a ridiculous one. Yeah, minus 28 for 2 days because they went on an insulting spree. Gotta love it, but not really. And we practiced our social by trying to convince someone to not be upset that we insulted them. It did not work. But we got a little social, so, you know, that's fine. Okay, Exodus Empire will show up. I assure their safety. And so we got new people rolling in. Research known prosthetics. Cool. Still just trying to work through getting all this set up. Oh, that's right. We have the EMP grenades. I probably, regardless, I should make those. I really don't want to because it's a lot of components and steel, but that would at least give us some options for dealing with these mechs. You play Rumored too? I mean, it's RimWorld, but yeah. Cool. RimWorld's good. Yeah, no, RimWorld's a good game. Yeah, so once they make the EMP grenades, it is possible we could use that to take things down. The big thing is with how close that centipede is to them, that works out that I could land the EMP on them, but that only really helps me if I could take down the centipede before the becomes immune to the EMP stuff. And then, you know, we run away and deal with the things. So you got, that's an Inferno and a Blaster. So the charge turret's the bigger threat. So it's these two are the big threat, and that's more annoying and frustrating, all that. Is anyone tough or robust? No, not at the moment. Would you stop social fighting? It's because you all insulted each other a whole bunch and everyone's getting angry about it. Because I want to wait till that's over, because if we have people have mood breaks while I'm trying to fight that, especially if it's the person holding the EMP grenades, that is a way you take some pretty severe casualties. Yeah, so the plan is basically get the EMP grenade, and then get over there and start dealing with that. Now we can open up the whole map again. And I do think the plan for that is I'm going to take probably one of the people with like a revolver or whatever, give them the EMP to keep it dropped on there, and everyone else is just going to offload as best they can into that centipede. Deal with the centipede, kill the blaster turret, and then kill the other one. Which actually, for that matter, I could bunch up under this turret, EMP down here, till that thing, like, just basically ignore it as long as I'm in this range, it can't shoot at me. Kill that turret, EMP this turret, back off and start dealing with that. Stop social fighting each other. Oh, and especially don't social fight the guests, please. So I currently have 4 injured people in my colony because of social fighting. The other thing I'm debating is if I should just pop a shot over here to aggro it and get away from it, but I don't think that'll go smoothly. Because of something like that, I could potentially aggro it and just let it act as a defensive measure for me on that side for the time being. Something tells me they're not going to have particularly great, we're going to look at their ultimately how happy the guests are, and it's not going to be the best. Oh, and you can't finish it because the blocks aren't in range. That's annoying. It makes sense, but it's annoying. Let the revolver grab that. Okay, so we're just waiting for those insults to drop off people. And then for the, okay, the insults look like they're mostly gone. And then for people to not already be injured before we do something dangerous. Then Otan's gonna grab the EMP, and we're gonna get everyone in position. Like I said, I think what we'll do is we'll start by putting everyone underneath the Inferno Cannon, EMPing across here, taking out that. I mean, actually, probably the better thing is have everyone stand in this middle area, open up with the EMP, start mailing the centipede down, get that taken care of. EMP down one of the guns, back off to the other side, shoot it. And just kind of rotate around it. This day was okay. Score 8. They will visit again in a while. That's fair. That's fine, whatever. I'm not going to fight it. Alright, O10, go grab those EMPs. We're just waiting for people to be all patched up. Oh, weird. That's clearly a bug. Basically, I got standing bonus for patching up the person who we got into a social fight with because one of our people decided to try and convert them while they were here. All right. What I'm trying to remember is how big the explosion on these are. I know it's not huge, but I believe it's something like this big, maybe. Maybe it's what's inside the underneath its area. Because I have to figure that out. Regardless, I think we've got our plan. Is just like I said, get right underneath them, drop the EMPs, tie up the centipede and melee, take it down. And then once I EMP one of these, we back off to that side as far as we can and shoot up at it. You know, and then we switch targets once that's done. I do think killing the blasters first, because the Inferno Cannon, if I get hit by it, people will scatter. And once that happens, people are going to be dying. Smile if you read this? Can you get a reward for subscribing? No, that's not how that works. The reward is you get to find this content again in the future. All right. Hey, Sui, how's it going? And before everyone gets excited on Twitch, it's a different Sui. Why are you so angry? Because you were hungry and you didn't eat something. Cool. All right. So you're almost fully healed up. All right. So it's go time. So you cross over here. What is your deal? Disregard, we're dealing with food poisoning, so the EMP person is going to keep stopping and throwing up until that food poisoning is done. So that's just delayed us until OTAN is over their food poisoning. I saw them stop and I was like, why are you stopping and moving? I need you to not currently be sick. You're ravenously hungry. Go eat something. Why are you eating the berries and not the meals? Yeah, because food poisoning will ruin you in a fight pretty badly. Oh, don't sleep there. You got an actual bed, buddy. That's not a barracks anymore. You can sleep in a proper bedroom. Alright, so once they eat in the morning and all that stuff, we'll go out and we'll do that. We'll see how this goes. Alright, so just to help me, the safe area is there. Transport pod crash fringe. You're non-violent. I'm gonna just ignore all of that. It didn't happen. I don't know what you've got going on. I'm trying not to just recruit everyone who lands on the tile and all that. Denied joining, -3. Does Lavish allow raw foods, the settings? Yes. Right now I've got it turned on still. I'm assuming they grabbed that because the person was actively holding the food that they had just cooked. I don't want to turn it off just with how often we're going to end up having issues. Are you good now? Okay. Everyone should be good to go, so what we were doing yesterday, we're doing it again now. Oh, hey, you know what we can do? We can have the little robot get involved in there. That way, if everything goes sideways, the little robot can, you know, can be the one who has a problem with it. I honestly completely forgot we had this robot. Alright, so not feeling great about this run-in because we're going right on top of them, so if they woke up early, it'd be bad. People would die. Alright, team. So let's get you into position. Get you into position. Give all you into position. Alright. So, everyone should, in theory, be safely underneath the guns. We can go ahead and drop the EMP here. It's right on target. All guns, this target. Do not shoot the nearby guns. We're safely underneath their effective range. Okay, so everything is now listed as adapted. So here's the next challenge. You go ahead and start banging on that. So that is the edge of its effective range. We're going to go ahead and move you as best we can. along the edges of its range. It blew up really fast. So Otan died. Just straight up blew him up. And everyone else is honestly probably going to die because they're all gonna die because they can't patch each other fast enough. That didn't work. That didn't work at all well. So try to tend as best you can. Well, that's embarrassing. I thought I was going to get a second or two warning before they exploded where they'd hiss and I could either move. I did not expect it to instantly explode. So you tend to that one. You switch over, you tend to this one. Try and save who we can. Yeah, no, I've never seen them explode instantly like that. That sucks. Not right now, we're busy. You will never do doctoring. That was not my best choice for who to treat first. In that case, you just get out of here. Because you've got nothing better you could do here. Just go haul... Oh, schedule unrestrict. Just go haul this out of here. Rhetorical, just wait here to bleed out. Don't mind them. So I need to get their leg patched up, and then we need to try and see what we could do so far as keeping people from actually dying. You're both going to go down at the same time, and you're going to go down at the same time, and you two are already down. Just try to patch them up as best you can. Visitors? Hey, you'll never believe what's happened in this colony. Yeah, Groots does have longer, but Conrad is the better doctor. Groots is fine now. I was hoping Groots would actually be able to get up because they're my other doctor, but we're trying to make do. Oh man, that 10 time is so terrible. Those two are not making it. We're gonna lose like 3 people here. Roots is actually able to tend? Alright, well you've got all them going. Get you into position, because they're about to go down. You're gonna try and... Alright, just tend to whoever. It doesn't... Tend to Conrad. Conrad's the other doctor. They're the priority. And you tend... You tend to rhetorical. So the other problem we're going to run into is even if we bandage everyone up here, the number of infections we're going to be dealing with, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Rescue them in the meantime. Change of plan. Tend to them. Tend to them. Yep, this ended real bad. Alright, so with that, we've got everyone here, so rescue them. Rescue Conrite. Get everyone out of here. And get ready to see those infections pile on. Yeah, so that was... So, like, not only did we lose someone, you lost a couple of fingers. We've got multiple people with shredded injuries. We've got a missing leg. We got a second missing leg. We've got a psychic binge on one of our doctors. We got a psychic binge on one of our other colonists. Just trying to get people back home to their rooms to hopefully prevent some of the infections. I'm waiting for someone to get an addiction. That's all we need right now. Get ourselves a nice casual addiction to add on to this pile, and it will certainly help our cause. Yeah, so very clearly that was a misplay. Now, that said, I've never seen it blow up like I've seen them blow up. They do blow up. It was the fact that it just instantly exploded in my face that I was like, wait a second. No hiss, no warning, no nothing, just explode. And then it instantly killed our one character. And then, like, at that point, I was like, oh, this is bad. And we blew up the other one because the EMPs were down and everything. Because I'm pretty sure it was Otan carrying the EMPs. Yeah, you just have a crack. I don't believe that can get infected. Rhetorical is back on their feet. Colonist needs a rescue. Oh, that is... Unless our guests help us, that is what that is. Alright. So, good luck, team. Good luck, the two severely injured people still standing. Oh, you're preparing? Please, prepare all the time you need. Take all the time you need. We are not ready to fight you. What are you bringing to the equation? All melee. Are they Neanderthals? Ah, that's bad. My only hope here... Okay. So we've got what we've got involved. We've got 3 people. Let's get them in a position. And I'm really hoping that these ones defend themselves. You know what, guess? Just do your best. We're throwing what we can in there. So the guests are clearly not willing to defend themselves. Come on, get 1 or 2 good hits. You've almost got them knocked. Oh, this is not... You're doing good, Groot's Twig. Just don't die, okay, friend? Keep on walking. You done good this day. Alright, so try to tend to them without medicine. Tend to them without medicine. You just do whatever. Oh, wait, no, wait, there's one more down here. You can't do doctoring, so don't worry about it. Never mind. So you have 6 hours, you have 6 hours, you have 3 hours. So, amusingly enough, thankfully, because we had people staying, and the Neanderthals took the time to go wail on them, we survived that. Because the Neanderthals would have been coming straight for us, they would have just gone through there. Oh, good. The guests are dying of hypothermia. Oh, malnutrition's getting real bad. Oh, you died. Oh, I can't save you in time. Alright, so change the plan. You're now a doctor. Congratulations. Go feed the starving people. Wait, what? Oh, you're back up. Okay, that's good. Side trainer stun? Okay. I mean, right now I've got more important things than dealing with all that, but that's fine. I have a feeling the Empire's not going to be happy with their state. Cochlear implant. Haul that. Starvation on rhetorical, because they're trying their best to keep up with medical, and they're not a doctor. We are also going to take them off of doctoring, because my other 2 doctors are up. Thank you for the Psychic Soothe game. You understand my current predicament. Alright, so rhetorical, go grab your gun. A Nitor, go grab your gun. Disease infection on our guest. I can live with this. Haul those back. Did you get patched up? You did not. Roots go tend to them. Yeah, so we lost Otan. What was Otan's job here? Ah, they were our main researcher? No, I can't tell. Were you our... No, you weren't our main plans person, I don't think. No, were you our main plans person? I think you were. No? I think you were our main researcher. Medical treatment needed on you for what? Oh, you got in a fight. They were awfully disappointed with their stay. They won't come back anytime soon. I'm so sorry that you had such a bad experience. We'll strive to do better next time for your entire party. Don't worry about it. At least the survivors. Meanwhile, you still need a weapon. Go grab your gun back. Another Psychite binge. We're really lucky we haven't hit an addiction yet, but we're honestly due with as many dice rolls as we've had. Hunter lacks a ranged weapon on Groot's twig. Alright, well, everyone's armed again. We don't have those Molotovs anymore. I was gonna say, let's just go over and burn the body and be done with it. Yeah, the plan had been kill the centipede, get over to one side, weaken that thing up, drop the EMP, back off, kill it, and it just detonated instantly in our face. So that just, I don't know if the plan was flawed to begin with or the execution didn't go well, but regardless, did not end well. We've got a lot of missing limbs, a lot of missing fingers and toes, a missing colonist. It's probably fine. There's that addiction I said we were due for. So let's go ahead and get rid of the stun. I don't have what I need for that. You do have exotic goods, which are nice, but I don't really need most of them. I'm looking to see what I can do for medicine. I'll get rid of the Psi T, but we're going to be dealing with drama from that too. We have plenty of medicine, I believe. Yeah, we got tons of the medicine. So I think we just take the money and call it a day with that for right now. I want to get the Psi T out of here so you'd stop binging. But once again, we have a psychite addiction. But if we can keep them from getting more for the time being, at least it's only one season I gotta wait for it to recover. Alright, prosthetics. We can make a prosthetic leg for the missing leg. We have a second prosthetic leg. So we make a second prosthetic leg. And I thought I saw someone's... Oh, that was the guest. That's fine, whatever. I thought someone was missing an ear. Must have been one of the other guests. Psychite chunk skip. Alright. We can go ahead and trade that away as well. What happened to Otan? Mech cluster. We ran up to knock out the stuff at the mech, and it ended up blowing up directly in our face. That's fine. There was a gun here and a gun here, and so we're trying to weaken that, and then we're going to EMP and shift away from it to finish it off, and we hit it twice, and it just detonated in our face. And then the colonist was dead. And everyone was badly injured and missing limbs and all that. Unless they just put out so much damage so fast. But I almost feel like if you manage to destroy the turret before that timer runs out, where it goes like, you know, the hiss, it should just not explode. You should just wreck it before that. I don't know. I probably did empty out its life and it just automatically detonated the moment it ran out of health. The problem is that it already adapted to my EMP. Which is, like, if it hadn't already done that, it would have backed off right away. But I was hoping it would, you know, wait a second, have it adapt, like, no longer adapt, hit it with EMP, back off. Don't know. Stuff happens. You can go ahead and haul that body so it can start rotting. So you can get away from having the penalty, because I'm not giving up my limited amount of space to make a bunch of grave sites. And once Conrate or the others are all better, we'll start looking at what we could do prosthetics-wise. Like I've got them queued up to build, but it's not gonna do us any good till we get there. Alright. So people are starting to get fully healed. Yeah, so sitting in the water should decay the body, fairly rapidly. Now, what could have been worse is if one of the two people who's married happened to be the ones to die, we'd have yet another penalty to worry about. And that'd be a lot to deal with. Why are you sleeping here and not leaving my tile? Did one of you have a break and you're just waiting around for it to clear? Try and console Mr. before he has a break. Hey, we successfully canceled the some of the mood break. That's fine. Well, the one big good news here is at least with the researchers we have backups that could step in, versus if they had died and we didn't have anyone else to step in on that role. Like, it could have been way worse. Like, if we lost one of our doctors, that would have been really bad. If we would have lost our construction person, that would have been absolutely awful. Alright, so we got more guests popping in. We're definitely ready for them. Major break risk because Colin is left unburied and insulted. And you're in a daze, that'll certainly help. Yeah, and the Dryads do need to be taken care of. Man, a Night Dweller got properly wrecked. The good news, you're right about to be back on your feet. How's Groot's doing? Right about to be all better as well. Alright, we've almost got everyone back in. We got lots of bodies to haul and all that kind of stuff because the Neanderthals that followed in immediately afterwards. Hold that Luciferum so it doesn't rot. We could at least sell it. Do you think the most insane thing you've seen from a mod was Crash Landed Refugee, who had an anti-grain bomb in their chest, ended up being the sacrifice that saved the entire colony down the line? That sounds some like cursed mod stuff. And we don't have enough guest beds, which, for what it's worth, a new bed has become available. Don't worry about it. There's nothing... I'm not in a good place for this. Okay, well, if you can stand and fight, stand and fight. Is Luxray out of the way? Hopefully Luxray stays out of the way enough that they attack the rest of us. And we don't have to worry. Don't you have a break risk right now. God, it's Neanderthals again, too. Well, our guests are gonna get murdered again. Hey, thank you for the heavy submachine gun. I think we're about to get murdered, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. Chain shotgun, you better do all the work. Nope, there goes our melee pawn. Okay, so, how badly did each person get hurt? 6 hours, 10 hours. Do our best. So you're already on that one. You rescue Rhetorical. So the good news is our doctors are still up, so they can go do their thing. And you just straight up got killed. Meanwhile, if you're not going to use that heavy SMG, I'll just go ahead and borrow that. Don't mind me. The fact that Randy has followed up with, like, back-to-back Neanderthal raids. I'm also regretting building this bridge here, because now they're running around. It's still giving me a decent amount of time shooting at them, but not as long as if they waded across the water straight at me. It's probably fine. They were awfully disappointed with their stay, and they won't come back anytime soon. Why? You just had one of your friends die while they're staying here? What kind of resort would you say isn't worth having a friend die to attend? Come on, man. Where's your sense of adventure? We really sell you on the whole situation. Man, you almost died too. You were one hit from dead. Alright, inspired creativity. So one of the other big negatives we had is all the bodies are starting to pile up. And we don't really have anyone ready to deal with it. So Rhetorical is back up. And a Night Dweller has an infection. Alright, you're already on it. Okay, we got a good first 10, so that's good news. Right now, I'm just going to leave you there, because their problem is they got addicted from Psychite after getting horribly maimed and then food poisoning and everything else going on. So it's steel, 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 steel. Yeah, it's fine. Just go grab it. You're going to have a break here in a second anyways. Just go grab it. Night Dweller's putting on some clothes. While you're here, go ahead and grab your pistol since you're standing right next to it. That body needs to go much faster. And the Dryads are dropping off because poor Night Dweller has gotten the rough end of things more than once in a row. Has managed to not die, good news. And of course, literally all of our clothes are wearing out now. And our crafter is Groots, who is going to be busy dealing with medical for a while and not probably going to get the chance to make a prosthetic leg for a bit. Made some progress. Haul that body, haul this body, haul this body, haul that body. At least you can make the leg? Yeah, it's just gonna take us a while. Haul this body, haul this body, haul this body, haul that body. Because those are going to contribute to mood breaks if I don't get them out of here. How many people lost parts? We had 2 people who lost legs, otherwise we had some fingers and toes. And I'm mostly just worried about the legs. Got a couple scars as well, but they're not nearly the same priority. The real big problem is you got psychite addiction there as well. Oh, you are losing. No. How are you losing with having a proper, really solid tend? We'll preach health them. I was gonna go ahead and try and console Rhetorical, see if we can't counteract some of the negatives, but... So we got good tend, and we got preach health going on. So hopefully we can catch this up. Oh man, I don't think a Night Dweller we're gonna be able to save you in time. That's gonna hurt a lot, because the Night Dweller is one of our, I believe, our main planting person. Yup. And that'll be a second death in the colony, which will just add to the mood breaks. Yeah, no, all it takes is one misplayed fight, and you're in real dire strait. Medical emergency on a Night Dweller. Yeah, you're still 5% behind. And I think you're catching up, but I'm not sure if you're going to catch up fast enough. It's going to be close, but I don't think you've got it. I think you're too far behind. I just don't understand why you're struggling so much. Where are you? Why are you not in bed? Go the frick to bed. I was like, why is it suddenly slower now? Because you got up and decided to go play on the telescope. Medical treatment needed. Yeah, you're dead. Might as well try one last tend, but it's just too late. You're 4% behind, and you're dead. And that is one of the couple, which means we're gonna have another person who is going to be inconsolably angry. So, yay! Let's get that body out of there right away. Your husband, a Night Dweller, has died. Colonist has been left unburied. My friend has died. Yeah, no, infections do kill a lot of colonists. Because you saw, we were even at like a 60-70% tend on 2 of those, and it still was falling behind. That's what caught me off guard, is like, wait, you're not malnourished, you've got a good tend, like, why are you still losing? And then that last tend was garbage, it was 38%. But a 60-70% tend without having, because it's not like you had it's not like you had like sickly or something going on here. So I'm not sure if maybe I just misread one of the tens and one of the tens is actually terrible. But and that was even with preach health and everything on the 68-70% tend, and it was not even keeping up. Please stop. Don't clean the bloody corpses while they're still sitting there. You're gonna get yourself corpse rot, and I'll lose another colonist for just no reason whatsoever. Alright, that'll be the last of the bodies hauled up over there. So that's going to set us back, because now Rhetorical is going to be trying to farm entirely by themselves. And that should be enough to support our existing colonists, but it does mean all the other things are going to fall behind in that regard. And research is going to drag to a halt just about. Everyone's mood seems to be pretty inconsolable, as it is literally bottomed out. Oh man, that... So we've got one person who's got an addiction that's failing, so they're bottomed out. We've got another one whose spouse died, so they're bottomed out. And the last one is... Oh, of course. The last one, it was their dad, so they also had a relationship. So all three of them have, like, completely bottomed out. We can't, like, throw some I mean, the one with the addiction, we can throw some Psy T at it and maybe make it better, but we ran out of that. Because I got rid of it so the addiction wouldn't progress farther. Which, in hindsight, had I realized... Berserk? Oh, excellent. Luxray, buddy, I'm gonna need you to run, okay, friend? They're a much better combat pawn than you are. I'm honestly hoping to dump you on... Yeah, actually, go fight the Dryad. The Dryad has a pretty good chance of knocking you down without finishing the job. His partner, Conrad, who is currently down. Also, Conrad is one of my doctors. Yeah. My colony is having everything go bad.
Fine.
We went to destroy a turret and it exploded in our face, killing one of our people and injuring absolutely everybody else. And now we're spiraling.
That's nice.
Uh-huh. Like Mr. Mayhem has had a mood break, is now attacking a Dryad.
Aw, poor Mr. Mayhem. Is a Dryad gonna destroy him?
The Dryad did knock him down. But honestly, it could have been a worse choice for someone to attack. I have so few... Literally no one could stand to take that rifle.
Well, I'm heading downstairs.
Mm-hmm. You sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you.
I love you too. No, he already was missing that leg. So the Dryad didn't...
The very last article.
Yeah, so the Dryad didn't claim another of his legs. He was already missing the leg. That was the reason why Luxray was able to just run away real fast. I need to turn that off so it's not just draining the power. So don't go anywhere. Okay, you're already tending. That's what I wanted to make sure. I was waiting for the doctor to run off and be like, no, I'm gonna go sleep. The problem is Groot's also the other one missing the leg. So Groot's trying to treat them and just really slowly. And I'd send my other doctor, but they're currently catatonic. I believe that's also our construction person. So our cook is down. That's Mr. Our construction person is down. That's Conrad. Things went from everything was fine to everything was very not fine. Starvation on Conrad. Are you already dealing with that? Don't worry about tending to the Dryad right now. Groots, buddy. We're not having a party right now, friend. We got people dying here. Raiden 1. I'm honestly waiting. We are doing Randy Random, which is part of the reason why we took a heavy loss and then we immediately got hit by a Neanderthal raid, and less than a day later we got hit with a Neanderthal raid, is because that's just the way Randy rolls. Randy could just do it back to back to back. Whereas other ones, you won't get those that quickly between each other. Alright, you can go ahead and create a healing pod for yourself. Medical emergency on you. That's fine, we got you covered. You have malnutrition. You have starvation. Where are you? Go feed the patient. Phoebe is still the scariest. Well, the problem, one of the big things with Phoebe is because of how infrequent her fights are, you don't get a chance to really build up your combat skill before she throws the kitchen sink at you. Slaughterer. Well, I don't have anyone to stop you. Sorry, Dryads. And that's a problem because now I don't have a reliable source of wood. You also don't realize how big the raids are until she hits you. Oh yeah, no, you go from like, I had one person show up, and then you have your next raid and like 30 things show up, and you're like, excuse me, what now? You love your 11-year-old, now 13, and solving all issues? Yeah. So we've got someone who's addicted, we've got someone who's catatonic, we've got someone who's dealing with their, parent dying. We're just, everyone's doing great. We've got, of our 5 colonists, 2 are missing legs. Groot's the leader now, right? Luxray is still technically the leader. Alright, so you are able to get back up, go grab your masterwork rifle before it rots out there. Because that'd be a real big shame. I'm waiting for it to be like malaria. It's always fun when you have a 13-year-old carrying your colony. Yeah. Randy's like, no, suffering will be eternal. How about a low psychic drone to add on your already melting down colonists? Randy's like, have you ever felt true misery? Just really, really just felt it deep within your bones? So we had our guests show up, and they had an awful time, and they've had enough of me. So they will not be coming back for a very long time. You really woke up? This is actually why I don't run Randy Random very often anymore. Because you'll remember, we had, I think it's like 2-3 raids or whatever, the entire first stream. Like, it was really quiet. It wasn't like straight up unconscious Randy, but it was very, very relaxed Randy. And then he was like, mech cluster, Neanderthals, turning around, low psychic drone. That's, I think, actually our third psychic drone we've had. I think the other 2 were against the men, and this one's against the women. Why are you downed? Oh, well, that sucks to be you. No wonder you had an awful time. Your buddy here is dying of hypothermia. That's not great, man. You should. No, there's not a single bed in the entire place that's considered safe. Well, that sounds like a you problem. I didn't realize how cold it was because we're all bundled up, so our characters don't care. Randers, make sure you suffer as much as your guests. Well, my guests wouldn't be suffering if Randy didn't do that to me. Oh, would you look at that extreme break risk. So console. It was your dad who died. So I don't want to do that one yet. We want to wait for one of the really nasty debuffs. I wonder... Well, we'll try for this, because we might be able to console them to get the husband dying off the roster. Nope, we just angered them. So it wouldn't matter who I used on regardless. So that's probably good that we did on Conrite, because at least Conrite's currently catatonic. So at least they can't have a worse mood break, because they're already unresponsive. Oh, good. The person died. Hey, Rhetorical, why don't you just do me a solid and remove that corpse from in that room? And add it to the pile? And all our cooked food is no longer available. We ate it all because, Conrad is our cook who is currently catatonic. Alright, so how are you doing? So you've almost fully recovered from your injuries. Reading the book of Vengeance of Misery. Mr. Mayhem's definitely conspiring right now. They're well acquainted with misery, and they are ready to share that experience with others. Alright, operations, left leg, install prosthetic leg left. Get my doctor on it. Good luck and Godspeed, friend. Because I can't have, you know, 2/5 of my colony moving at half speed. Bulk Goods Trader has shown up. Cool. How good's Groot's medical? It's pretty good.
What's the worst?
10. It's not amazing, but that's about as good as we're gonna get for the time being. It's not. I don't think it's worth me waiting for someone better to come along. Take the Luciferum for the love of everything. Let's see. Neural Supercharger, Survival Meals. I'm not worried about that. Take all of the partially disintegrated clothing that is literally everywhere for some reason. Steel. Thank you. Grab the steel. That'll do for now. Colonist needs a rescue. What colonist needs a rescue? Why did you go down? Oh, good. Both of our doctors have gone catatonic. Who needs doctors? Oh, good. Never mind. They just took turns. That's all. One doctor finished up, and the other doctor's like, all right, why are you cooking? You can cook? Oh no, you are a cook. Conrad is our construction person. At least in catatonic mid-surgery. That's why I got worried when it said surgery failed, and it was surgery failed as in it got canceled. It wasn't failed as in, you know, the person was missing bits. All right, so you're gonna tell you to do the prosthetic leg left again. That way you'll cook your meals, you'll go to bed. Conrad could slap on a new leg. Conrad is my other doctor who is at 7 medical. We're just going for it. All right, I'm gonna need a good surgery here, all right? Because the way I look at it is our situation can't get a whole lot worse. Like, even if we botch this and they're not really doing well, I honestly, it's not that big of a thing. Cool, we got a leg on. See? Just gotta have faith. Meanwhile, oh, did you finish making that leg? Ooh. I should have put it on Groot's. It's fine. And the level up? Because Groot's is the other one missing the leg. So that's good news. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and grab you a weapon. It doesn't matter. Just get yourself a weapon. We have in here a chain shotgun. That'll be better than your pistol. Alright, so you're back up after your prosthetic leg installation. So the good news is the first body deteriorated enough that it no longer counts as unburied. Oh no, it does still count, but it's dropped off the bar up there. Those will go away soon enough. If it rains, they'll go away even faster. Alright, so the good news is that we're almost through that Psychite withdrawal. That's one thing on our list of things to sort out. We definitely need to get Luxray to successfully console Conrite. Because that minus 20 for 2 seasons, we're gonna have to get that cleared. But with our moral guide having a social at 2, which was our highest character at the time, it's gonna be hard to make that stick. And everyone's clothes are tattered. Haha, I'm in danger. Starvation on Luxray, already taking care of it. Yeah, losing a Night Dweller as well. Honestly, the death over here being caught by surprise with that exploding as fast as it did, that was a curiosity. And with having 2 good and okay tend with Preach Health on there, the fact that we still lost the infection is a feels bad, man. I don't feel like the game cheated or anything. I'm feeling like there was a variable I missed, like maybe they had started to get malnutrition, and when I looked back, they had already resolved it, but had already lost that much ground. I don't think I missed that, but at the same time, clearly something was up, and I don't know what it was. Like, maybe I misread the 10, it was like, 70%, that's a solid 10, but it actually was 10% or something. That's actually, I think, the second time Rhetorical has been addicted to Psychite. Yeah, so you still don't move at full speed, but you only took an 8% penalty to movement versus a 50%. Berserk rhetorical answer due to Psychite withdrawal. Look, I really just don't want to deal with this. So we're actually Oh, you're my melee pawn. Actually, you're crap at melee. No, you're actually okay at melee. Alright, new plan. I was gonna run up and start just wailing on him to be done with it. But, there are melee pawns, so there's a good chance he's just gonna win that fight. So let's just run away for a hot minute here. Do not fire at will, because you are incredibly skilled with that gun, and I do not need you popping him in one shot and removing a heart or a lung or something. Hey, don't go there. I'm actually low-key hoping it goes up to the Dryads again, so I can ditch him at the Dryads. Because the Dryads are probably our best bet of knocking him down without him dying. Cool. Alright. Please don't die. Oh, one more chest hit and he's done. Rhetorical. Buddy. Buddy. Not like this. I need you to land that hit or go down. Go to sleep, Rhetorical. Go to sleep. Go sleep, buddy. You've done enough. It's nap time. Good job. You are on Manhunter Pack. Alright, so get the others. We gotta kill our Dryad. And we need to get a doctor over to Rhetorical as fast as possible. And now we're getting an infection, and Rhetorical dies as well. How long do you have? 4 hours? Pushing our luck picking you up, but I'm going to. I just don't want to have them get an infection if I can help it. Let's get them back home as fast as we can. Oh, this is taking too long. Go, 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 go. I should have tended out in the field. Conrad, pull out a miracle. Okay, we're all right. That's fine. You just go to sleep while you get through the last of that withdrawal. And you're starving, so let's deal with that. So console Conrad again and hope we can, Nope, just upset them more. Alright, no infections, okay. Yeah, that torso was probably one okay-ish hit, and then Rhetorical's gonna die. But the good news is, it's gonna take you a hot minute before you're back on your feet, which means you'll be mostly through that Psychite withdrawal before we're, ready to do the next thing. And the poor Dryad didn't deserve this. Yeah, because that's, so this run's been a pretty rough run. A big thing that was a big contributing factor to why this has been so difficult is we didn't get ourselves a proper break room set up, just hurting on the wood, and then leaning into trying to get the guest bedrooms up so we can at least get, you know, the main theme of the run started, so we still don't have a good break room. And just kind of along those lines of just too much sitting aside and not getting there. Please tell me. Okay, so there is Psychite within the colony. We definitely don't want anyone using that right now. Like, Rhetorical is down for right now. I might literally go and hit him with anesthetic to just knock him down an extra day, if that's what it takes to keep them from biting. Leathery Stranger. Okay. You are an occultist who is a tortured artist. What is the thing you're bringing here? Because I'm not seeing anything obvious here you're bringing to the table. All right. So you don't have a weapon, I don't believe. You do have a bolt action. There's a daze. Let's see. Leathery Stranger stares into space and speaks in a monotone as though he has hardly sees anyone or anything. He refuses to leave, insists he is only interested in your colony, and says that he can help. He has deep knowledge related to things of the void. He can study unnatural phenomena faster than others, and will also teach others when he gets a chance. He may be very useful, but there's something... So we're going to postpone that for a second. All right. What are your specs? You're a tortured artist who is an occultist. I already have one tortured artist who is throwing a hissy fit constantly, and without having an obvious gain. I was worried about that. Okay. So comparing notes. 3 melee, 3 melee, fast walker pretty. So we're gonna immediately have you pop into this fight. Rhetorical is the only other one who can get involved. Just start running. I just didn't want to get into a ranged fight too much on that. So I'm gonna need you to please go down. I'm gonna need you to please go down. Please stop single-handedly absolutely winning that fight in melee. Buddy, I need you to win, Conrite. Rhetorical's on their way, but they move real slow. Well. Alright, new plan. Oh, he's just gonna shoot at Mister and all that. Alright, Rhetorical, I know you move really slow, and you're probably gonna die in the first hit, but you are literally... You are literally the last one who can do anything. So get in there, champ. Gonna die to sending a stranger away, of all things. Yeah, that's right. Keep shooting at the person who's just maneuvering. Oh, no, he switched targets. He's on Rhetorical. Sparrow sees the threat. Luckily, Sparrow's a really bad shot. Yeah, you keep missing. Keep missing. Don't see the threat until it's on top of you. Oh, never mind. There we go. Well, we get to spectate now, chat. It has just been... I'm glad he's busy destroying... Oh, that's not great. Don't take his leg off. Or, I mean, okay, you should have taken his leg. We didn't need to take his heart out. Hey, Lux. You can actually win that fight very easily. Please don't destroy my... No, I don't have steel to replace those. Boo. I hope you die from overheating in that room. Go grab the gun as fast as you can. Medical emergency on you. I would love to help you. I'm so torn on which way to go with this. So Sparrow already seems to be on their way. So we're gonna go and use this cover. We need to drop Sparrow as fast as we can. Sparrow is not on their way. Start trying to tend to them. Never mind. All right, deal with Sparrow. Stop running away. You're forcing me to split my attention. I need you to either attack me or to go away. What I don't need is for you to bait me out into walking. Don't chase. Ah, crap. Just shoot him. He's gonna get a cover bonus in a moment. You're not. Try and deal. Alright, try and avoid it. Get off to the side where he can't get your shots on you. Make it no cover to no cover, at least. He's being such a troll, too, because he's covering where I can't get to Rhetorical to patch him up. And he's just burning my crops. Murderous Rage on Conrite. Oh, good. Never mind. Never mind. We won't be helping Conrite. Conrite says, you know what? I'm done trying to help you. I'm through with this nonsense. You've inconvenienced me with the help, getting me in risk of being shot. Alright, so we need to get to Sparrow and try and deal with that. Get to the cover. Get to the cover. You just gotta get there. He's going for his cover. You gotta get to your cover. We salute those who are about to die. Get to your cover. And it's a rainstorm, so we're both gonna miss each other the whole time. And meanwhile, Luxray is just wandering around like, nah, man, I don't feel like it. It's been a bad day. I don't want to do this. Because if I drop in close, that chain shotgun will absolutely win the fight. This is... Honestly, the fact that this is burning down so badly is surprising, considering the fights I've had that have been way, way worse engagements so far as, like, the things I'm up against. Dying to a single guy running around. You see you died? Yeah, you got an infection after a Neanderthal raid, and we just couldn't save it with everyone melting down. We got the 10s on you, we gave you preach health, and you missed by like 3% from recovering. And now we're having the most embarrassing standoff, as both people desperately try and drop each other with a bolt action, while Luxray is in a mood break-off in the corner. So you're gonna go down at 14. They literally are gonna bleed out at the same time. Literally, it's not even a matter of who's gonna go down first. They're both bleeding out actively at the exact same speed. And with the rain, no one is hitting anything. We haven't even had a bad hit. We've just not hit at all. I feel like what's going to happen is Luxray is going to get out of their mood break, roll up next to them, and just chain shotgun them down. Alright, well, we went down way before they did. That is unfortunate. We were bleeding from our ring finger, and that was just too much for us. Oh, it's because we have malnutrition. So they're going to set the rest of our base on... Well, actually, the good news is it's raining, so the fire isn't going to do that much. So they're just going to trash our stuff. Look, man, we said you couldn't stay. I feel like you're taking this a little seriously. I feel like you're taking this rejection a little hard. Just gonna put it out there. I feel like you're being immature in this moment. That you are not handling criticism in a healthy way. You are also actively cornering yourself in fire, which I find somewhat comical, because that means you're going to die in a fire of your own making. You have officially cornered yourself with the fire. It is fully walled off the exit. So, you know, that's certainly something. Hey, Luxray's back at it. Don't go in that room. It is actively on fire. Just try and get into position, finish the job. Never mind. The job has finished itself. Good job, Sparrow. So Groots is in the room. Conrad is down there. We can still save Conrad. Don't go climb in that fire, please. Let it burn. It's fine. They're gonna die and it's gonna be a Sight Stealer event. Oh, no, it wasn't. I was waiting for it to be like, you know, lets out a primordial cry or whatever. Okay. So don't beat out the fire. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. So Luxray is now a doctor. Congratulations on your promotion. Do you know how to be a doctor? No. Are you going to be a doctor anyway? Yes. So we will have you tend to them, feed them, feed them. This is all gone sideways pretty fast. The fact that we were trying to bandage rhetorical answer and Conrad was like, "Never mind, I want to murder." I want to murder rhetorical. It's like, "Oh, thanks, man. Really helping the team here." All right, so no one's got. Okay, so just minor malnutrition. I was just making sure none was at like severe extreme. And unfortunately, our masterwork bolt action rifle is currently laying in the water and rotting. But, where are the hearts? What hearts? Sorry, I'm missing context. Oh, good. The rain went away before the fire went out. Let's see. You made me a dock. Where are your hearts? You don't need any hearts? Question mark? Alright, grab that. The storage room is full. I mean, Time Lord's... Oh, I was never one to really watch a lot of Doctor Who, so I just missed the reference. The roof collapsed due to lack of support. Hey, Conrad's back up. Don't worry about beating out the fire. Go grab your gun. This building, it's gone. We're not rebuilding that. It's done. It smelled funny. Yeah, don't worry about that. So what I need you to do is, for right now, you don't firefight. Don't worry about it. You just let it burn itself out. That's fine. We're good. Groot's Twig is back up, who is our other doctor. I don't think people's moods are gonna recover, chat. I think people are gonna be pretty salty. So cancel rebuilding all the wood walls. We've got plenty of slate. Are you kidding? Everything else burned in there except the psychic emanator. So we actually did get to keep our psychic emanator. After all the drama, everyone wakes up. That's how that works. Yeah, so you're getting all the bodies out of here. I need you to grab a weapon. What is your skills? I definitely want you with a gun. So we've got our two masterwork firearms. We'll have you take the auto pistol. So we don't have a melee pawn to speak of. It is what it is. So let's look at what we've got here. Ah, good. So we don't have a cook. That's excellent. That'll definitely help our situation. We don't got anyone doing plants, so that's great. That's excellent. A whole lot of people are about to get food poisoning and all sorts of awful things going on. This is gonna be a wonderful time. Hey, go ahead and get Rhetorical out of here. Back to square one with wood. So the problem is, I don't actually, I was about to say, the problem is I have a lot of colony wealth, but I really don't. You know, like, honestly, we actually don't have that much colony wealth. We're at about 50,000. Groot's 18, kids time. I don't think anyone's going to be romancing anyone anytime soon. I mean, there's a tantrum. That's fine. Go have yourself a minute. So this is what we call a death spiral, chat. In case anyone hasn't seen this in action, it's basically everyone is so angry and pissed off at each other that what happens is one person has a fit, then the next person has a fit, then the next person has a fit, and you just go through the rotation. And so the bigger issues here is that they lost their husband, so they're going to be angry for like the next whenever. We had one of them lost their dad, which was the same person. We also had a person who built up an addiction, and you get the idea. Hey, we managed to tell them to, you know, we walked up, we said, hey, could you not be upset about your husband dying? And they went, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. So they're good now. I also just realized the mostly finished prosthetic leg was in there and got destroyed with literally everything in that room. I also don't have the materials to rebuild most of what's in this room, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel a lot of these. The butcher table we want. Let's cancel these 2 research tables, and that. The drug lab, we'll cancel that for now. The bookshelf doesn't matter, the book burnt with it. So we need a battery. The electric smithy we won't worry about. We won't worry about these. So our first goal is get the oven back online, get the machining table back online, get the butchery table back online. We will also need the wall light. And we'll start with all that. Once we get all that, we can start worrying about the next steps. You'd have a fit too if you ate without table. We were eating with table. We no longer have table. We did have table. And then our rec room burned down. Now we are sans table. Now's when the real sadness begins. Now's when the situation is truly inconsolable. So get our new break room going, because we had planned to make this our break room all along, but we kept putting it off because we weren't really in a good place for doing that. I'm only going to put down the 4 chairs to begin with. Recreation-wise, is the hoop ring still around? So hoop ring's still around, but that got destroyed. And that's going to do for right now for our rec room. That's alone's going to take a while. So Lux Ray still is available to keep the Dryads online. The other tree is no longer got someone running it. That's what it is. I'm going to have you prioritize making that game of so I actually have the recreation. Because if that gets delayed, we're going to have people run out of recreation, and then that'll be another thing that'll make the spiral even worse. To clarify, that one guy, the leathery skin guy, 2 of those deaths were his doing. These 2 died because of it. So Conrad got knocked down because they got a cut finger. No, wait, was that? No, Rhetorical got knocked down fighting him. Conrad went to help, was late to the party, went to bandage up Rhetorical, went into a murderous rage, and killed Rhetorical, which did cause the break to end, which gave Conrad a chance to start fighting back. And both of them were such lousy shots that they proceeded to spend the entire next, 8 or 9 in-game hours shooting at each other until eventually Conrad got downed by a because their toe was bleeding. And then finally, Luxray got off the break, and the guy had basically trapped himself in a room and burnt himself alive in the room. So we didn't even kill him, he killed himself. Through his poor life choices. I don't think I'm inviting anyone over right now. We're having a little bit of a moment. Don't worry about it. And all this began because I misplayed a mech cluster, and then Randy has had no chill sense. What does our schedule look? I mean, the scheduler looks alright now. Yeah, there's a mech cluster. I mean, those are actually spaced out more than they appeared. Time just took longer because of everything going sideways. The wealth in buildings has gone down about 10,000 for some reason. Yeah, so we've got that. We're waiting that out. All these bodies are gonna rot relatively fast, sitting in the water. Yeah, like Otan's corpse about to be gone. Extreme break risk. I can do nothing to help you. You have a giant mountain of I'm full of sad. So that's just, you're just going to be in existence that is full of sad. I'm more concerned when we start actually cooking food and how badly that's gonna go. So good news is you are getting that built. And the power cable should still be there. It is. That's fine. We got the game of there. We're just gonna live with all of that nonsense. Okay, the lights are on. Why are you saying not connected to power? Oh, there's no batteries. And because there's no batteries, this thing is just sitting here getting nothing done. We can also... Catatonic on Luxray. Excellent, excellent. Nothing like having even less colonists available to help me. That's our 4th catatonic, by the way. Oh my god, your gun's just gonna rot because there's so much crap just sitting in here that's not ever getting removed. Where is that? Bio-coated shotgun needs to just be out of that room. Okay, new plan. Zone. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer. It's, don't look, it's fine. There's nothing to see here. Get that out of here. There's nothing to see here. Everything is going absolutely fine. There is no... I deserved that one. There is nothing going wrong here. Everything is wonderful. No one is dying. No one has died. It has not been traumatic. But welcome in, Tim the Sorcerer. For those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Oh, good, a tantrum. So we currently have 1 colonist I have control over. So that's great. Go ahead and put them in bed. But so definitely if you like RimWorld, you should check out Tim the Sorcerer. Plays a decent amount of RimWorld and all that good stuff. Definitely can find that content over there. Also does miniature painting as well, so if that's your jam, also happens there. But yeah, so we're helping a child. I don't think we're fighting anything right now. I think what we're fighting is our own inner demons. That's what I think we're fighting. Hey, Groots, go grab that Masterwork chain shotgun. It is available for anyone who wants it. But yeah, so this has been a snowball. We had a mech cluster over here. It was a relatively small one. It was a centipede, infernal launcher, and I believe a blaster centipede. And so with our incredible lack of tech, we went, okay, they're really bunched up. We're really struggling with our materials and really struggling in our research because we have no random research, but I do have an EMP. So we ran up, we disabled all 3 of them with the EMP, took out the centipede, everything going swimmingly. We were ducked inside the range of the guns. And then the plan had been to damage the one gun, EMP it, and then back off to being on the extreme edge of the range of the other one. And I hit it twice and it exploded immediately. Like, didn't hiss, it just detonated in my face, instantly killing one of my pawns and knocking everyone else badly. And it's just been bad news the whole time. Because while we were recovering, we had 2 people up and we got a Neanderthal raid. We managed to survive that because we had guests here and the guests got absolutely murdered. And so that was fine. We got through that. And then we had another Neanderthal raid, and that was like 8 people. But again, we had guests available, so they murdered the guests, and we managed to chip away at them enough to survive. But we got one of our colonists got an infection and didn't survive that fight. And it's just been a thing. So we lost our cook, we lost our planter, and we lost our researcher. So we're having a rough go of it. And of course, the second one who died was someone's husband and someone's dad. And so we've been struggling. Oh, good, another mood break. We've been really struggling to piece together the flaming wreckage. And then surprisingly, we had 2 other colonists, and you'll never believe how they died, which is we had the leathery stranger show up. No real stats, not a particularly dangerous person, but I'm like, okay, I got 1 person up. We're gonna chance rejecting them because I don't want this person to be around. They are a tortured artist. They're gonna throw a fit. We're just gonna get them out of here. We'll probably be okay if we get into a fist fight. We did not win that fist fight. And so that was 1 person down and bleeding. So we sent the other person to deal with them. And the guy kept running back and forth where they were going to get cover and I wasn't. Meanwhile, we had 1 person down here, the one who was in the fist fight, so I kept trying to patch up, and at the moment I would, they would duck out, get to cover to start shooting at me, so I'd move out of the way, and then they'd go back to beating up on my stuff. And eventually we had them back off. I'm like, cool, we'll go pick up our person. The doctor trying to pick up the down person had a murderous rage against the downed pawn and killed them. And then we got a shootout in the range where we both had cover, and we didn't lose the shootout. We were bleeding from our toe, and we went down from bleeding from our toe, which means we lost 2 people to the leathery person meleeing someone and then just things riding out. Oh, good. Are you going to put us out of our misery? Oh, please. End the suffering. So Groot's has the chain shotgun. I'm not gonna throw, by the way. So they're impids. I'm actually torn how I want to fight this. Because if I let the impids get on top of us, they're gonna breathe fire. But they also have more range than I do, which means I need them to be close. We're gonna let them draw in. This sucks that we're gonna be losing that. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be forced because Conright's out in the open. Oh wait, never mind. Conrad's going back. Perfect timing, Conrad. We'll just duck over here. You're just gonna burn my fields, aren't you? And watch. I'm gonna lose all of that wood. Go. Go, Groots. Go, Groots. Get... What's your range? Alright, I may have overestimated your range. Conrad, don't you go out there. I don't care about them burning my psychoid. Alright, Conrad's going out. Alright, Conrad, draw the fire. Nicely done. So everything is fine, just RimWorld things? Yeah. So the downside is, because all of this is water, I had to build stuff, so this is actually a... What are you doing? I mean... How hungry are you? Fine. Make it fast. And then get to putting out the fire. Don't worry about this fire. Let that fire burn. Get ahead of this fire so we don't lose any more wood than we have to. This is fine up here as well. It's just... I don't want to spread and delete all of that wood. Cool. The rest I don't care about. It can play out how the rest wants to play out. If we can save ourselves a little bit of wood, great. If not, that's fine too. Alright. Things are great. Oh, by the way, Groot's is missing a leg as well. We lost 2 legs in the explosion, and it's just been a real rough roller coaster ever since. And you're catatonic, right? Yup. Yup. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't go down from a toe bleeding, it was a finger bleeding. My mistake. That's on me. Yep, let that field burn. I'm actually surprised you're not trying to put that out at this phase. Hey, Luxray's back up and is going to try and put out the fire. Okay, so you're onto that. Let's have you grab a weapon. The auto pistol. And then we'll have you deal with the trade caravan. Where's your actual trading person? There you are. Meteorite granite. Alright, so let's get all of these random melee weapons that have piled up on the map that are just filling up everything out of here. And get the bows out of here. I don't need those. We'll get rid of those 2 guns for right now. Get rid of that one. This one and the shotguns. Just doing some inventory thing. You don't have anything I want either. Alright, so I actually got a meteor, which is interesting because that actually gives me a tiny bit of stone to work with at some point. Alright, we've got so much food poisoning in our future. So the good news is the battery's back online. We did have enough wood to get our stove on and this. We're still working on the butcher table and the stonecutter's table. So I've got 102 steel to my name. What can I do? Can I make that? Nope. Can I make... Alright, so we're kind of out of luck on all those things. So basically, I need more steel till I could do anything, because there is no steel or stone naturally on this tile of any substance. So we just got this handful that was like on the ground to begin with. We did get a meteor here. That'll be a little bit. Seems like a lot less colonists than when you were here an hour ago. Yeah, we had a mech cluster that we lost one person to because it exploded in her face instantly versus the hissing and then eventually exploding, which caught me off guard. And then from there, it's just been one thing after the other. Like, we've been... No, don't... I clicked the wrong thing. That's gonna make things way worse. I wanted to haul you, not eat a person. That is definitely not the move. I misclicked. Yeah, sure, that one's perfect. That was definitely Randy who did that. Changed the UI on me. That was definitely not just egregious player mistake. I don't think I've ever done that before. Hey, Luxray, I think you should go to sleep. I think you should go to sleep and sleep this off. The more you sleep that off, the better it is for everybody. Rare thrombos. I don't care. I'm just waiting for Randy to be like, Manhunter pack. Or like, Mad Animal Thrombo. And just watch, because you're too slow to get away from a Thrombo. The other two actually probably would do okay. But poor Groot would be trying to walk away and just not get anywhere with it. So yeah, you're definitely having a break before this is over. Transport pod crash. Alright. You are a staggeringly ugly, greedy slowpoke. It's a shame they died on impact. Real shame that one there, that they just died instantly. At least it was merciful. Definitely died immediately on impact. There was just no chance to save them. Such a shame. Such a shame. Ah, there's the first case of food poisoning. It's gonna be a lot, because we have literally level 1 cooking now. So, oh good. Honestly, Days is perfect. I was just waiting for Murderous Rage or Berserk. Berserk honestly being the worst, like Berserk, run up to the Empire people, give them a slap, and then get shot in the face. I will take a Days. Hide in room and take a Days. I will take that almost any time for a mood break. Alright, the good news is a bunch of these bodies should be deteriorating soon. And it should stop complaining about it. And to think, everything was looking so good. We were going to be building our freezer. Everything was going to be fine and dandy. This run's not over yet. Like, things are bad, but it is one of those things that once we get some of these massive negatives to drop off, which we have consoled them, but once we get some of these ones to drop off and we start stabilizing things, we can recover. Because for as bad as things are, because this colony is made almost entirely out of wood, we actually have fairly low wealth. So all that. Days scared you've lost. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like, Days and the gourmand eating stuff and the going for the drugs. Yeah, no, I've definitely had them just run right into the enemy fire and die. But all things considered, of the long list of things it could have been, this is a case Days is definitely among the lesser evils. It just sucks because I can't do anything here until we get some steel in. At least we got the cooking bench back on, so we can at least start working and getting that cooking sorted. Meanwhile, go ahead and get the Psychite tea going. Were there... Wanderer joins. Well, we're going to say yes, and we're going to see what we got. Chemical interest, nimble, who's solid at melee and has a scar. You know what? You're perfect. You are perfect. Not really, I actually really don't like chemical interest, but all things considered, that's good enough. Welcome to the colony Sentient Cookie. May your stay be longer than our recent recruits. Alright, so let's have you go. Is there still an Equa left? No, we probably sold them all. Alright, so schedule, recreation, work. Take you off of doctoring before you hurt someone. Gonna have Luxray take over any of that. So do this. Don't... Ooh, actually... Congratulations, you're a slightly more competent cook than our current one. That's perfect. Welcome to team. You're slightly more competent handling animals. So welcome. Alright. So we've already got someone who can help with that. You're already decent enough at that. We'll work with this for now. Why are you down? Oh, food poisoning, probably. Yeah, where did you go down? Where'd your weapon disappear to? You had the chain shotgun? Hey, go make sure that doesn't rot outside, please. Alright, so we technically got ourselves a new melee pawn and a minor upgrade in our cooking capabilities. So, that is something. Oh, you're set to hunt. You're not gonna do that. Alright. And meanwhile, let's talk about your heresy. Guilty tunneler human primacy. Yeah, let's get that out of here. Looks like the kitchen could use a sweep. The kitchen needs more than a sweep. We're dealing with most people being dead right now. So the kitchen needs to be considered an interior space. The kitchen needs to not be burnt out ash room. Alright, so Groot's twig is back up after their food poisoning. Go grab your gun. So you're digging granite. Let's get you sweeping that room. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that room got completely torched. Cool, so we've got the stone cutting table rebuilt. Alright. Go, Groot, go. Yeah, Groot is getting there. It's a shame that that leg is still missing. If we get ourselves some more steel, I can make a prosthetic leg for them. I honestly probably should give them a peg leg for right now. I really don't want to since I have prosthetic legs as an option. But I think once Groot... we'll queue it up. Left leg. Install peg leg left. When they go to bed, we'll have Conrad take care of it. Because that 50% movement speed is gonna be a huge pain in the butt. Operate on Groot real fast. And now's where we have a critical failure and we accidentally kill them. Where are you going? Oh, you're grabbing wood. Just all of the mood breaks again and again and again. Don't you fail it. Almost killed him. Almost took off the other leg, too. Come on, buddy. That's going to help literally nothing. No research. Random research can be such a pain. We only recently got power to where I could stabilize it, let alone have what we need to set up a proper hospital. We lost so many people, and just everything went sideways so fast. How goes the seaside? There definitely was not tragedy. We definitely only had 4 colonists in our tribal start, and not 9 or 7 or whatever it was. It's been one thing after the other, and just whittling us down. Man, losing our cook, losing our growing person. Yuck. Our doctors are alive, surprisingly, because that's usually how my runs go, is that usually they kill my cooks and my doctors. That just goes out of my way to get rid of my cooks and my doctors every run. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. Alright, so you're making side tea, so work on getting this place cleaned up after it burned down. Medics are the first to get injured. My luck is also half the time my medics end up being melee pawns. You're like, okay, do I not use my people who are good at melee for melee, knowing they're going to be the ones who get injured because, you know, that's just what happens to melee pawns? Alright, so that'll at least help out a lot with the food poisoning issue. Don't social fight, please. You bit him in the head. Also, go to bed, you're bleeding from your head. And we botched our leg surgery trying to put a wood leg on, and almost removed the other leg in the process, which would have truly been awful. You'll have to be a pawn in the stream. I've gathered as much. Yeah, we'll wait till you fully recover. We'll try that again, because you moving around at 50% movement speed is not going to fly long term. And the worst thing is I have prosthetic legs. Actually, is there enough metal to make a prosthetic leg? What is the amount? We're gonna make a prosthetic leg. I don't have enough metal to make the research benches and all that, which sucks. But if I get the prosthetic leg on, that'll help a lot. Confuse her right and their left. Yeah, no, that's what it seems like. The problem is they like cut their torso and their leg. It's very comical in the game when surgery goes bad, how horrifically bad it goes. It's not just like, oh yeah, no, we damaged the prosthetic, it's no good. It's like, oh yeah, no, we were just trying to install the prosthetic leg and we amputated their arm, their leg, and one of their kidneys, and you're like, you what? Low psychic drone, that'll help everybody. All these wonderful underlines here, or wonderful yellow on everyone's name, definitely good sign. Sad Wander on Luxray, cool, that'll help. Alright, so. Do you have things that we can put to good use? Not really, in all honesty. Like, yeah, we could take a TV, and that could not be terrible. But in all things considered, I don't need a lung or a liver. I don't need a tough skin gland. I don't have a doctor I would trust doing it. And I don't want anything I have either, because let's admit it, this is what I've got left. My entire room here burned down. We had a break room down here, and that burned down to a, just, you know, someone going violent. It reminds you of the House prologue episode. He wrote on his non-infected leg, not this one. On the infected one, he wrote, not this one either. Of course. Immense building. We got other things to deal with, man. Unless you're offering me like a bionic or an Archotech leg as a reward, I got other things to deal with. Alright, so Groot's back in it, and is immediately sad wandered. Alright. Yeah, Glitter World meds, there's certainly an argument to be made there. But that would probably be one I would still turn down right now, because I'd have to find a way to make the building, and I got very little buildable space here. Oh, we also have Forever Giant Smoke Cloud, because they were on an island, and it's not here, it's over there. So it lives there forever, because we're not getting drop pods anytime soon. So we are under permanent giant smoke cloud. The good news is that only reduces the grow speed of crops and all that, which is honestly not that big a deal for what we're dealing with. So what does everyone think about everyone? So Sentient Cookie hates Luxray and really likes Conrite. Conrite, really likes Luxray, is friends with Sentient Cookie, and is friends with Groot's Twig. Luxray, pretty cool with everybody, and Groot's Twig, likes Luxray, not a big fan of the other two. So honestly, not as bad as I thought. I was expecting there to be like, oh, don't you dare get addicted. Don't you dare get addicted. I've already dealt with 3 separate addictions to Psi-T, which is more addictions to Psi-T than I run into for most, like... Honestly, I don't think in a year of playing, I usually get 3 addictions to Psi-T. It's usually I get like 1 run in maybe 4, 5, 6 months and someone gets addicted. And this run, this will be our 4th round getting addicted if Sentient Cookie gets an addiction. So I'm going to need you to not do that. Every time you take a sippy sip, you're rolling the dice. And I need you to stop rolling, buddy. Oh, Sentient Cookie is going for it. I've seen binging, but you are actually going real hard on that binging. Chemical interest, yeah. Mad? My Dryad went mad? Oh, it was the one that no longer has someone watching over it. Okay. Dryad sorted. Yeah, chemical interest. Chemical fascination. If Cookie had showed up as chemical fascination, I'd been like, nah, we could do without that. It's chemical fascination to me is one of the worst traits to just deal with. You're just begging for headaches. You're genuinely gonna run out of Psi-T. We had 22 Psi-T when Cookie started. Tantrum Conrite, that's fine. 22. So you've gone through 18 Psi-T, 19 Psi-T, 20 Psi-T. You're gonna get addicted on the very last one, aren't you? Okay. Well, we're all out of Psi-T now, Cookie. Just slamming a casual 22 Psi-T in an afternoon. We're really lucky I don't think you can overdose on Psi-T at all. Because probably would have done it, considering you now have a very large tolerance to Psi-T. He's gonna consume one Burning Man worth of Psi-T, I guess. I've never actually seen one colonist blast through that fast. Cool, another body is gone. So I've got one more body to decay, and then we don't have to worry about another mood penalty. So we're getting through it slowly. And we gotta get you off that off that ideology. Just gonna take a while because Luxray has no social. We lost our, like, level 16 shooter, careful shooter with... You know, they have their masterwork gun we managed to save. But an 18, you know, or whatever it was, like 12, 16 at the point when they died. Master bolt action with a careful shooter, which is... That target, it's dead. So yeah, so we're now going to be recruiting our guests because we are doing hospitality. Which is a shame. We were right at the point we had started taking people in. Like we only had a couple bring in, and then things went sideways. And so things were looking like they're going to be pretty good. We probably won't have anyone stop by for a while because we may have let some of our guests die in desperation to survive raids. We may have let the Neanderthals have them. Look, it's RimWorld. They know what's up. I'm still committing to the oversized freezer. We'll get there. Because right now, we actually have more available rooms. Just ignore the fact that there's clothing and a gun in one of the bedrooms. That definitely wasn't someone who was staying here dying from infection. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't infection, that was hypothermia. It's not my fault they didn't dress appropriately. Yeah, the trees aren't getting any maintenance anymore. We just don't have the people to go around. Alright, Groots. It's time for another go at leg surgery. I don't have wood, I can't give you a leg. So, it's not time for another leg surgery. Oh, good, you are getting the that's right, we're making a prosthetic leg, so I'm glad we didn't have that available. So finish making that leg, and we'll try again to give you a prosthetic leg. So instead of having the 50% movement speed, you'll have like 92 or something. Alright, so Groot's buddy pal. We have to wait till you put it down so it shows up on the roster. And with that, install prosthetic leg, left leg, that's the one that's missing. And we can get you over there, and that'll get you back into business. Alright, so you're heading to bed. We can get our other doctor to patch you up. We can at least get you moving around at a meaningful enough speed, though. You won't just get caught out and killed in a raid. Alright, so clean the room before you try and do that surgery. Okay, get to it. I want to see a nice, solid, good, clean thing. This is... So, for the record, Gru was the one who showed up as a child with a prosthetic heart, and we brought them in here, so we didn't give them that. They've had this since the beginning. We did give them the mech link. The construction bot fought valiantly in the Great Mech War, and got detonated. Don't you fail. Yes. Alright. So no one is missing any more limbs now. Just some finger, like a finger, not even some. A finger is missing, and that's it. So we're back in business there. Does this still have its bills? Cool. Because that'll help a lot with what Groot can get done around here. Because once they're over the anesthetic, they should be at about 60-70-ish% movement speed. Versus they're going to be a little under 50 because it was 50 for missing a leg, plus the prosthetic heart will be a penalty of, I think, like 20% or something like that. The point is, they're at least 10% faster than they were before that. Okay, you can lock that open. There's no point in closing a door with nothing in there that I'm gonna need to worry about animals eating or whatever. I mean, there is. You could have a raid and they could steal my psychic emanator. Alright. So we're down to our very last body. And when the very last body goes, we'll, be another mood penalty off our roster. Can I manage to make a research bench happen? I can't make the big research bench happen, which is trying to... What are you breaking? Walls? That's fine. Yeah, it's trying to go for the big research bench and just skip to it. But I probably just need to get this online. We can put the big research bench on there later. The road recovery? Hey, Mortal, it's good to see you. Yeah, no, it's I had a weird thing with a mech cluster. I wasn't sure if you're here. So it was we had an Inferno cannon, a blaster cannon. There was like just 2 or 3 tiles in between them, and then we had a centipede sitting right in the middle, a centipede blaster. So I got an EMP, I ran up, I EMP'd the lot of them, got into the space between it, so I was too close for the turrets to guess. Dispatched the centipede, no problem. And so I went to hit the blaster turret, and I was going to hit it a couple times to weaken it, drop an EMP on it to disable it again, back off, finish the job, rotate through it. I hit the blaster turret like twice, and it just instantly detonated. Which was bad, because literally my entire colony was standing inside of the explosion radius. So it was a bad time. And then we got followed up with before we could recover, we got 2 Neanderthal raids. We got one a little while past, and then we got a second one. And it's just been a basket. Okay, so we got a Manhunter pack of rats. Alright. So we've had a go of it. We are doing hospitality. So the only reason we survived those Neanderthal raids, because it was 2 on 4 with them having Neanderthals as the 4. The only reason we survived is we had hospitality and we had guests, and the guests did not enjoy their stay. The guests had a very unfortunate stay. For those who don't know, Mortal Smurf, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of RimWorld. If you're looking for like 500%, no pause, real high-end stuff, you can find it over there. Good times over there. Been doing a micro base. Was it 13 by 13 squares? Was your micro base? That you're trying. I think you were trying to do a was it a ship win in a 13 by 13 size building or building area, which is absurd. Like literally every tile serves a purpose. If it's not serving a purpose, the tile hasn't been used. Alright, and that body will decay in just a minute, so we'll be good there. Oh, good. I forgot. You're pretty, aren't you? Ah, yes. So we got a pretty colonist that everyone's gonna hit on. We've got a tortured artist who's gonna just have mood breaks because that's just what tortured artists do. Excellent. Perfect. Here, you can have my immunity medicine. It's fine. I don't want it anymore. Oh yeah, and we lost 2 colonists of all things to turning away the withered or leathered skinned person, the anomaly event. We turned them away and we're like, all right, we got a colonist who's probably going to be able to win that melee fight. They didn't. They didn't. They lost. So I sent another colonist to deal with the creepy joiner, and they had a bolt action, we had a bolt action. So we're doing this dance back and forth where I would go to rescue the person they downed, and they would step behind cover to try and line up a shot. So we'd step back out of the way, and then they'd go back to burning my base and all that. So I'd go to try and rescue the colonist again, and they would come out of cover. And then we had a mood break of murderous rage from the person trying to rescue the colonist against the colonist they were trying to rescue. Needless to say, that didn't work out. And then we had a shoot-off between 2 terrible shots with bolt action in the rain. We collapsed to a bleeding finger from, I think it was still bleeding from the Neanderthal event that happened like right before it. Transport pod crash. Jump to location. What have you got for me? A sanguine, trigger-happy, fast learner who's good at plants and has really good shooting. They've got a wooden foot, but I don't care about that. Yes, you're in our colony. You're here. There's no second part to that consideration. Get in here. Thank you for the free pawn. You are not a hotel anymore. Conrad, go get them. You'll run faster than Groots. Thank you, Randy. They've got paralytic abasia, which means for 30 days I'm just putting up with this nonsense. But that is a really solid pawn. A sanguine, trigger-happy, fast learner? Uh-huh. That they can't doctor, but I don't care at all about that. That replaces my dead farming person once they're up. And they actually got some stuff to draw in. So we have Dragon Repairman. Welcome to the colony. And we can get you all queued up. And if we're really lucky, if Randy really wanted to help me out, we could just have them get up early. Randy? Randy? No? Okay, maybe it's asking too much. Get you all set to 4 research. That's fine. Yeah, it's exactly. Fran was like, you could even get luckier and Invasia heals early. It happens sometimes. I could certainly go for that, Randy. You kicked me in the balls enough tonight. You know, the least you could do is do a little bit of nice. I mean, to be fair, he delivered me a very good pawn, which means I'm absolutely about to get like a 12-person Impid raid or a 6-person Neanderthal raid, or just have a pig raid with siege equipment, maybe a mech cluster. Mech cluster out of the water, because I believe that's that's a thing that could happen to us here. Or just go ahead and put a toxic spewer right there. That'd be perfect for us because we're over here. It feels about right. You did something nice for me, which means you immediately need to like just take me out at the ankles. Or malaria on both of my doctors. We haven't done that yet. Actually, I think we'd be fine because we'd be fine. We would be immune to the malaria. Oh, you're on a mood break. Never mind. No, honestly, actually, what would bother me more than that wouldn't be malaria. It would be muscle parasites. Muscle parasites right now would just be watching the colony melt down and just be on the roller coaster, completely not in control of the situation anymore, and just be like, yep, here we go, watch the world burn. I actually don't get sleeping disease very often. It genuinely catches me by surprise when sleeping disease shows up. It's like, oh yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? It's only been like 30 runs since I've seen this versus I'll have like 20 instances of malaria in the meantime. But yeah, do you always do Randy? Actually, no. I almost always do Cassandra just because Randy has a habit of going to sleep for a month and then coming back for Randy will straight up check out for multiple seasons at a time and then come back with a vengeance, which is not quite what happened here. We had a very calm early game Randy, who then was just like, you know what? I'm a little salty. Jungle only? Yeah, and I do. You know what? That actually makes sense, because I used to do lots and lots of tropical swamp and tropical jungle in the past because those tiles are awful. But I really found I absolutely love the no research random research mods, and hot tiles with those mods is a bad time because it goes heat wave and you go, you know what I'm doing? I'm walking off the tile. Oh, I died from heat stroke anyways. Because you go, I don't have an air conditioner or a passive cooler and the mountain is still too hot and we're getting heat stroke. Well, go for a walk and hope we can get out of this biome before we die. Nope, didn't make it. So no research, random research is avoiding hot tiles. The real killer here is I've got no metal and no stone on this tile. So all of our metal has been traded for. Saving a tiny little bit that we were able to take apart, like there was like a casket or whatever made out of steel at the beginning. We're actually doing really well in our research front, to be honest. We're honestly in a really good place on our research. Not getting quite the research I wanted, but at least viable. Yeah, losing the dryads as well, because the colonist on that one died, and the colonist on this one does not have the capacity to do other things for a while. If Dragon gets up, then Luxray, we could take them off planting. And if we take them off planting, they can get back to getting the dryads back online, which gives me reliable wood. To think, we actually had 2 guests enjoy their stay here at the beginning. Not the others. The others had a bad time. A real bad time. We were all excited. We already got our ACs lined up for being built. We were just going to build out this frame here, double wall it, have an internal AC system, have a completely unreasonably large freezer, so that way when we suddenly get ourselves 12 guests, we don't just implode on our food front. And the best thing, it wasn't even a colony wealth thing. We barely broke 50,000. This is actually a very inexpensive colony, all things considered. For the fact that it was 7 or 8 colonists, we had ourselves a nice proper production room and all that, and still being under 50,000. Honestly, that's relatively inexpensive. And that's walking around with a Masterwork bolt action and a Masterwork chain shotgun. And we weren't doing any shenanigans like deliberately damaging our weapons to reduce our wealth or deliberately burning stuff to reduce its wealth. That is just the way it worked. I mean, everything's made out of wood. Blight on the potatoes? Thanks. I appreciate it. That's actually not honestly that bad. We could deal with that. Hey, if you could go start on the potatoes, please. Oh, I guess it's actually... I mean, it's not going to be terrible. It's not going to be great, because we don't actually have anyone who's particularly good at growing right now, so we'll take them a hot minute. Go deal... Alright, you already got it. I was trying to make sure they went after the ones to try and avoid it from spreading, so get over here and start dealing with these ones. Conrad actually is pretty okay as plant cut. Go over here, deal with that. They're all stopping to eat. Get over here to this... Well, actually, you're fine. You'll get it. Alright. Cool. So, we lost the potatoes. That's gonna happen. When you have a blight, you're gonna lose whatever crops are blighted. We only lost a couple of units of corn along the one edge. We lost a tiny bit of rice. But I still have 600 food between 4 people. That's fine. In a pinch, I've got a couple of animals we can hunt on the map. And whatnot. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is a whole thing up here. No, actually, so I genuinely play, historically, when I'm not doing random research and all that, Swamp tends to be my most played tile, whether it's temperate or tropical swamp, tends to be my most played tile when I'm not running random research, no research. I really like the fact that the water is such a pain in the butt to build around, so you end up getting like these really scuffed bases where you'll get, you know, you have like your little area that's properly set up with like 1 or 2 rooms, and then a bunch of like random like mix of wood and stone, just trying to work with whatever tile you got. It's been a while since I've done like a tropical rainforest or swamp tile. Part of me is like, let's go poke the anomaly. Go start working at that. Make sure to not just make every base meta. Well, that's deliberately why I don't like to do the really, like, the 500% stuff anymore, is to me it felt like I kept remaking the same, like, handful of base designs. So I like to start trying to push my challenges into stuff like, again, maxing out the pollution, not allowing myself to choose anyone immune to it, not allowing myself to ship the stuff off. Like, the pollution must stay on the tile, and I just gotta make it work. And there's a lot you can do. Tantrum? Yeah, just go break stuff. I mean, you're ravenously hungry. That's your own doing. We got 18 food sitting here. So I like maximizing the pollution and all that as like a challenge. Or we did the Adam and Eve run where I started with 2 people who were a couple, and my only allowed colonists were people that they had as kids. And that went great until I suffered my first losses. We got up to like 20-something colonists, and then we lost 2 people in a raid. And it's real bad when literally everyone is related to each other, so every single one of your pawns are like, my sister died, my brother died, my son died, and you're just like, oh no, oh, wait a second, hang on, this is real bad. There is not enough drugs on the planet to manage this many pawns, all simultaneously having like -20 and 15 mood debuffs. We actually have a lot of money. So, I could take the steel longsword as a better melee weapon. I think I'm gonna hold out for better. The plasma swords are awful. I find plasma swords more dangerous to myself than my enemies, because I'll get into a fight, I'll hit them, it'll light my field on fire, and I go, great. You'll get into an up-close range, and they'll catch fire, and now your pawns scatter in all directions because there's fire everywhere, and you're just like, oh my god, just stop. like, and you look at the actual DPS in the weapon, it's actually lower than most of the other melee weapons. It has the effect that you light the enemy on fire. But the other problem that happens, you light them on fire, the enemy runs back, and then you end up having this weird situation where enemies are overlapping each other. And it's just, I feel like they need to rework the plasma sword because I don't feel there's a good use case for it right now. And so for as expensive of a weapon as it is, it really feels... It feels like something you take just because you got a hold of one and there wasn't a better option in the immediate moment, and that's about the only reason I'd use one. Food poisoning? Yeah, food poisoning. That'll happen. Kitchen needs to be cleaned up again. Gonna have you do that now. Alright, so that penalty's about to drop off, which granted, we already consoled them on that, so they're not actually suffering that negative 20. So we should be getting to the other side where most of our mood debuffs are just gonna be gone from all of the losses we suffered. Yeah, that's the last one there. We do need to get Sentient Cookie converted because their ideology is not manageable with our current setup. Whoa, why is there a heavy SMG just rotting out here? Don't do that. That was from where we were fighting the... What's the word? The strange person. That was the weapon we had. I forgot we had that. Everyone's got food poisoning. It's great. Yeah, an incompetent cook. Alright, go grab that SMG. That's better than what you've got. What you also have is food poisoning. Because everyone's got food poisoning going on right now. And it wasn't even from Dirty Area, it was Incompetent Cook, which that's our best cook we've got now, so get on the roller coaster. Food poisoning for everybody. Everyone showed up at the local dive bar and was like, yeah, let's go ahead and grab a table. It's not clean, but you know, that's fine. It'll either be great or we'll get food poisoning. We got the food poisoning. All right, so chat, I'm gonna take just a couple minutes real fast. We're about to hit an ad break and I need to use a restroom. So I'm gonna do that real quick and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Actually lifting that whole thing up. Oh, so I can... And timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it would pull me forward. So I just had to like swing the arm just enough to tip it up. Got it. Intro, the Wilhelm scream. The ow! I can't do it. That was terrible. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it, and it's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be moosh in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay. Those parts had a place they wanted to be that wasn't that trailer. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. All right, and I am back. Yeah, no, we've had some real fun ones. It is fun when one of those clips pops up that you haven't thought of in a very long time. You're like, oh yeah, are you gonna go hide in your room? Ah, it's because you're hitting on the pretty person, and you're sad that they said no. Pretty and beautiful are negative traits. I don't care what the game says. Those are negative traits. Those are very negative traits. It is nothing but constantly people being upset from hitting on each other and being rebuffed again and again and again. And if they don't get rebuffed, you end up with a situation where someone goes, they hook up with someone, get married, all that, and then they hook up with someone else, and then you deal with that drama. Pretty is an awful trait. Yeah, so rebuffed by Groot. Do you play much Prison Architect? No, not anymore. Prison Architect's no longer getting updated. Like, very formally, they are no longer getting updated. They announced that it was their last update. So I did play a bunch up until that point, a little bit after that. What just happened? Oh. You're probably sick and you threw up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I very much have enjoyed the game, but I've kind of done just about everything you can. And Prison Architect's not really the same as RimWorld, where there's that much variation in how it goes. There is some, like you'll get more dangerous prisoners or whatever, but it's not nearly the same level. And I've done stuff like prisons entirely focused around rehabilitation, like the prisons where you put people in the tiniest little boxes you can and just see how many prisoners you can cram into place till the whole thing melts down around you. It's a very good game. But it is just unfortunate that they have decided that they are just done maintaining it. And they have moved on to making the sequel, which is going to be 3D and multiple layers. Which I'm hoping will be good, but at the same time, that's a lot of places that things can go wrong. Okay, so we've got them. Regardless, I'm going to say yes. Go land your ship. Because even, like, there's a lot of times with this that'll be like, yeah, you can land it. There's a good amount of times that they'll win. Half the time they just run themselves into the enemy and fall over dead when a bunch of really strong range pawns faceplant themselves into melee. Alright, so let's get you three down here to help. And we'll see what shows up, and then we'll decide if we stay for the fight or we bail. We have a bunch of melee Yatkin. Yeah, we'll stay for this. Because of that, we can just pop over here. Don't. Eustace? Eustace. Why are they so stupid? You might win just by the luck of having good weapons. So, okay, it's biocoded. I was about to be like, so they actually got down without dying. Made me think of the Escapists. I played the Escapists a long time ago, yeah. Technically, I could strip this person. It'd really piss off the Empire. Which is probably not the thing, but I could get that cataphract, which would be a real massive upgrade. Real massive upgrade. Normally you don't get that choice. Normally when they go down, they just die. And I'm really struggling on if I want to do that or not. Because it is... I don't remember how bad the penalty is. I remember it is severe. But, hear me out. Jumping from literally no armor to cataphract for a while, we're doing it. I'm okay with this. I think that was worth it. Because the best part is we're getting like 18 of it back here in just a minute. Oh, and if we're... Honestly, if we have you rescue them, we might be able to get a mood bonus or a reputation... Oh, we already have guest staying. Are any of these beds free? No. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just... They're gonna get back up anyways. We can have Garoots go over here and tend to them. And that might be enough that we could get ourselves a reputation bonus for rescuing them. Cool. Yes, he's gonna walk off the map normally. Come on, give me the bonus. Oh, heck yeah. Because when the shuttle takes off, that'll give us back to being neutral as far as our score. So we lost a bunch of standings with them for stealing their armor. And I'm glad it gave her to the melee pawn, so I didn't have to go out of my way to make that happen. And do not take that. You should go. There's literally no one else here to get on your ship. You should leave now, before the poor person on your ship starves to death or something. Hey! That to me was a good trade. We ultimately, with the outcome of that, we got a very minor standing penalty when we're said and done. And we got a full suit of cataphract. That is just winning the whole way down. Because the alternative is we would have gotten about 18 or so extra standings, which, don't get me wrong, I certainly would have liked. But, all things considered, a full set of cataphract is a really nice reward. The only downside is because we're wearing it now, it will get worn out. I've just found if I do the thing where I shelf it and then I run and I try and grab it, I end up just getting caught in situations where I can't get back to grab my armor, or it's like, oh, attacks immediately and they're going to rush in real fast, and by the time I run to grab my armor, now I'm not in position, and yada yada. That's honestly the reason I usually don't make the cataphract myself. I usually stick to flak, is because cataphract covering the entire body Yeah, cataphract covering like everything except for the head. It just means any and all hits you take damage the armor. Versus like with the flak, you know, you take a leg hit and you take like just a little damage on the pants, but not the others, and so on. Alright, so you got downed, which means you dropped your heavy SMG again. Because you got a social fight with the, Why do we keep getting bit in the head? Stop biting us in the head! Where are you going? Oh, you're hauling a corpse. That's fair. Yep, to slowly try to chip away at them. Get them converted. And I know it would have been better if we fully recovered, but honestly, by the time they fully recovered, they'll not quite be ready to go again, so that's fine. And Luxray is back up, so go grab your heavy SMG again. And I wish you'd stop being catatonic so I can give you your bolt action. Hey, Asriel, how's it going? Alright, so it does feel like the colony is slowly bouncing back. Yeah, so we'll be... And what was your stats? Alright, yeah, so you're trigger happy, so we definitely don't want to give you the Masterwork bolt action. I'll just like, Asriel's here? Nah. Nah. Gift from the Exodus Empire. They liked their stay and they gave me medicine. Distress signal? That's adorable. Nope, can't go to it. Alright. So yeah, so what it'll probably do is if Dragon gets back up, we'll give them probably the heavy SMG. Between you two, we'll give Luxray the... We'll actually go ahead and do that now. Luxray, you can go ahead and grab yourself the Masterwork bolt action. We'll get the heavy SMG for whoever is up next. Dragon will ultimately get it, unless we get like another better weapon. Alright, so we've got 4 nomads. So we're just going to immediately accept that without any further consideration. They're all adults, so they all drop their weapons. And we'll give them a little bit of recreation on their schedule to keep them happy. And let's try and get as many in here as possible, helping out to make up for our losses. You take them off the things that they're not passionate about and see what we got. I'm not going to have you do crafting. I don't like to have the refugees do crafting because then I end up with a whole bunch of junk here. So you can help. You help with crafting. You help with that. I don't need you doing art. That'll do. Alright, so that'll help a little bit. We don't have much food, but I'm hoping with the extra 2 people helping with the farming and all that, that'll go a long way. Crisis of belief. Please don't have yourself... Why are you upset? High life missing. How long are you here? A full season. Excellent. Perfect. I want to make sure they sow our food first. So we've got basically rice that's pretty close to done. We've got corn that's making fairly good progress. We got some potatoes that are basically done. Look at those planted. So we should be relatively okay on our food front. It'll be a little bit dicey, but we'll get there. So for right now, we can clear up these to be rooms for some of the refugees. I don't have... Yeah, actually, so that'll be 3 rooms. They'll be short 1 room, but they're just going to have to live with that. I'd toss an extra bed in here, but I really just don't feel like it. I mean, we'll just open it up. Wait. Okay. For some reason, I thought I clicked uninstall. What? Oh, I mean, those are potatoes as well. That's fine. I also make sure they're focusing on planting food right now, since we're not in immediate danger for food, and I want to keep it that way. Extreme break risk on Tom because you're not having your drugs. You ate non-cannibal food. Oh, lovely. What is your ideology? Ah, excellent. Supremacist high-life cannibals. There's no way we're keeping these people... Alright, do we care about any of these people? No. 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 Fast learner's pretty good. But they're a dirt mole where there's no caves, so that's also kind of crap. No, actually, I really don't care about these 4. So if they decide to be ornery and cause problems, and things happen, they bring it on themselves. The downside is right now they do outnumber me so far as people who can actually fight. I've got 2 pawns who aren't actually up. The good news is they all appear to be terrible at combat. I also just realized that's not been queued since we rebuilt it. Alright, so one of the things I am going to put on there, even though we can't build it yet, so that way, if I ever get the steel, it'll just happen. You wouldn't happen to be tribal, would you? Heat wave! That's bad. I mean, it's pretty... Okay, so it's a heat wave in the fall. So, more than likely our actual colonists will probably be fine with all the clothing we have for insulation. I'm not as confident about. We may end up doing one of those things where we chuck a passive cooler in a corner and have all our people just sleep in that room. So we'll see how that goes. Dragon here might be a problem because you don't have everything going on quite yet. I would like you to stop having your catatonic breakdown, please. All right. Yeah, so we got giant smoke cloud, a heat wave, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anyone building up heat, so I think we're okay. I think the fact that the heat wave hit in the fall, we might get like mild heat stroke, but I don't think we're gonna reach the point of it actually getting to a dangerous level. What's more likely is the fact that all these people running around my colony are a bunch of drug-addicted cannibals who believe in supremacy. I think that's the bigger immediate concern. Now, I still think converting sentient cookies is a higher priority, because they actually live here. How close are you being healed? Alright, so so what we'll do is we'll do an actual conversion ritual this time, which very well could backfire, and gain them a lot of ground. But honestly, we've got at least 8 or 9 more conversion attempts before we knock them down. Oh, no we won't, because they destroyed our room that was decently set up for dealing with that. Okay. That's fine. Tantrum is fine. Go grab your SMG. So Conrad is back in action. That's good news. Yeah, we'll just keep doing the conversions like we have been doing. Where we just pick at him at 11% at a time, he recovers like 3-4%, then we pick at him for 11 and just chip him down. Because if nothing else, it's also training our social, which is not bad. Alright, so we've got a construction person back up and working. That's good news. You've got 21 days left in your paralytic abasia, so hopefully that gets sorted out. It's a shame that minigun down here was bio-coded. Which of course it was. Like, if it wasn't, that would be more of a shocker than anything. Because if that wasn't bio-coded, having a trigger-happy person with a minigun is actually pretty alright. Like, the minigun does work, it just takes so long to wind up. Usually, the first volley or two is long since done by the time you get going, which just puts you at too much of a risk of getting slapped. And then plus enemies moving around will go in and out of cover, which resets your aim time. So they're decent, but it's like low damage, low armor penetration, massive number of bullets, but it's just that wind-up time makes it so difficult to get much off if the enemy's doing anything but running straight at you and getting locked up by your melee. No, you're probably set to hunt? Yeah, stop telling me. Alright. All that back. All that back. Research known harpsichord. Cool. Honestly, getting a harpsichord wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but that's not going to be a thing right now. Food binge, it's genuinely not a great time for a food binge, Sentient Cookie. We don't really have that much food laying around. And what is your issue? Oh, you're just a tortured artist with tattered apparel. Yeah, that checks out. Wait, did it say rebuffed by Sentient Cookie? So everybody's hitting on each other. That's the issue. Is everybody is hitting on each other and everybody is striking out. And they're all getting salty about it. Dragon's gonna come too, walk around this colony, and it's like, what is going on here? I'm in a colony that is full of thirsty people who don't get along with each other. What have I signed up for? They actually mostly do get along, just not on the romantic end of things. They definitely don't get along in the romantic end of things. Well, that's interesting, so that's the faction leader. Yeah, so at the moment, Sentient Cookie actually does get along with both the doctors. Conrad... Well, that's interesting. Huh. Apparently one of the colonists who died was the stepdaughter, and we didn't like our stepdaughter. Fair enough, I guess. But we are generally relatively positive with all of our other colonists here. Yeah, the only one who has some real beef is Groot's does not like Conrite because they see them as a rival. But otherwise, everyone else is pretty chill. Okay. And your plants, right? Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. Dragon being up and being able to just dedicate Dragon to doing plants. We'll probably also set them up to take over this Dryad tree. Oh, and it looks like Luxray is actually managing to get time at the tree now. That's good news. Yeah, that should be really good, because we can get Dragon taking over the plants as a primary responsibility once the refugees are gone. We'll be able to still sustain things. Luxray can get the wood going from the Dryads, which will let us keep building a little bit faster. We're starting to get the trees planted again. Thank you, autosave, for making the game hang. I mean, I'd rather it autosave and game hang than not do it. It just... That's where you'll notice the camera jerks around sometimes. The game stops. Yeah, heat wave over? Yeah, so the good news is we had enough clothes that the heat wave was just a non-issue. Alright, so we have people who want to come by. Refuse them until I have guest beds. Because right now, we actually are short a bed from what I need. Because we have 4 refugees staying. Which that was hospitality. People wanted to stop by and stay at our colony. We don't have the food for it. I mean, we don't have the food for what we have, but at least we're gonna have this soon. Days, that's fine. Ate raw food, which shouldn't be a thing happening too much more. Wildlife, go ahead and hunt the 2 animals here that we can actually eat. Who would even hunt them? Luxray will. Cool, food poisoning when we're low on food. Always a classic RimWorld. Oh, we could definitely go down there and let's get these 2 in here. Let's just bring the team. That way if they manhunter pack, we could still get them without having to worry. Nicely done. You just get out of here. Nicely done. So we have food. We can cook those meals, you'll run out of raw food, and then you'll... Mar-a-Lago, I don't want to even touch that. Besides, this is a nicer place. Mostly due to the people attending. You have food poisoning, I assume? Yes, you do. I'm gonna have you prioritize butchering those animals because it's gonna take you a hot minute to get anything done with that food poisoning. And I'd rather you butcher the animals so we don't lose the goods. Because it's always a shame when you kill something big that's lots of food and hide and all that, and then it just rots because your cook doesn't get to it, whether it's because of queuing priorities or what. Alright, so go get yourself a meal. And then butcher the other one. Food poisoning for everyone. It does suck when you lose your cook. It is just a bad time for everyone in your colony. That's fine. Luxray, let's go ahead and talk to Senju Cookie about their heresy. Little by little. Where to get the stone for the walls? So even on this map, there was some stone chunks laying on the ground, and that's where all that is. That's all the stone chunks on the map is what you see listed here and there. We also have had 2 meteors that brought us a little extra. So like this is all wood, that is all wood. I got a little bit of patchwork stone here, a little bit of patchwork stone there and there. So we've got a little bit of stone, not much. We got some patchwork down there. Steel is straight up not available. We gotta wait for a trade caravan to roll through so I can buy some more steel from them. Till we can get ourselves some deep drills. But considering I need steel for my research bench so I can research deep drills, that's gonna be a little while. I'm still surprised. They literally destroyed everything in this room, but left my psionic harm emanator, whatever. All right, so we've got a raid from... Oh, you're gonna drop pod in? It's just the 3, right? Why did... Oh no, there's 2 more. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, wait, is it really just 3 melee pawns who are drop podding in to fight me? Because that feels unfair in my advantage. I'm not going to complain about it. I was just a little confused at their decision making. All of you, get ready to be over here as well. Oh, you are moving way too slow, Tom. The good news is it looks like it's going to be very well split into 2 groups, so we should be able to shred these 2 long before the other 3 get to us, and then we can shred the next group. Oh, of course the bolt action's the one late to the party. Tantrum on Tom. Well, Tom, you are going to die because you're walking right back into him. All right, well, that's not what I wanted, so we're going to reposition everyone but the bolt action for right now. Nicely done. Here comes the second group. Hey, Sentient Cookie. That weapon's better than yours. So that's yours now. Was one of you a doctor by chance? Maker, who is currently not able to do anything. We definitely don't want to keep this person back here shooting once they properly engage on this. Alright, we're good. And meanwhile, you're rescuing Tom, so we already got it. Tom chose the wrong time to throw a tantrum. Yeah, greedy. Not worried about it. Okay, so they should haul those bodies out of here pretty soon. So Luxray is at extreme break risk because you're ravenously hungry, which it's weird that you don't go eat when there's meals to spare. But I guess it's a life decision. Not a good one, but a decision. Disease infection on Tom. Okay, you're already tending to him. That was the important thing. So it's on the right arm. Tom, go back to bed. You know what? I'm forcefully tending you just out here. If you die from your infection, that's a choice you've made for yourself. I definitely need to get a hospital built so I can force them to go to bed. Because I don't want to sit here and, like, toggle that to medical, tell them to get in, do that, then forget that I switched it. I don't really feel like microing in that way. If the AI wants to be dumb, it can live with the consequences of those decisions. Alright, so we do have berries down there that are ready. Okay, and that should be all the bodies out of here. Aristocrats need help. I can't accommodate you. The big reason we're also having mood breaks is they burned down our break room a while ago. I really do need to deprioritize this. It has been one of the things I've always wished RimWorld had without mods, is to be able to say that is your second priority, this is your first priority. So when it comes to construction, they would take this area and build that first and finish it. Because the only thing I can do as an equivalent, and it's not a big deal, is I can go like here and say, don't. And force them that, which I should do. That's just the kind of microing I wish I could just queue up in advance and not have to be like, okay, now I need to remember to unqueue it up later. Because that's those things I'll get way later and be like, man, why the heck is this not getting done? And then realize I have just completely overlooked that I queued it and then forgot. It's the same thing with zoning. Zoning is extremely powerful. You use it for lots of stuff. But man, the number of times I've set someone in a zone, I'm like, man, why is this not working? And realize I had switched their zone for whatever reason and forgot to set them back. Smoke leaf binge. Don't you dare get addicted. Where'd you even get... Oh, we must have downed someone with some smoke leaf. We shouldn't have... Oh, no, we have a lot of smoke leaf. Who's been bringing all that smoke leaf? Well, please don't get addicted. But yeah, so we're not getting the mood bonus from having a nice, is that the schmuck who got the psych addiction? No, that person's dead. They had 3 psychite addictions in this run, and then they died. Which is more psychite addictions than I've had in the last year, not counting this run. Like, last real life playing this game year. And they didn't even have, like, chemical interest or chemical fascination either. They just kept having mood breaks and going for the psychite and rolling poorly. We need to get this dining room up so we get the mood bonus. That's what's killing us right now, is we don't get the the nice rec room bonus, we don't get the nice dining room bonus. Because I had it, you can see where it was here, but then we had, like, everything went sideways, they lit that room on fire. That's actually what killed the last enemy, was they trapped themselves in the room with the fire and killed themselves while I was watching my last pawn just doing laps up there having a mood break. But we get that online, at least we'll stop getting, like... Well, you should be able to get an extra like, 10-ish. Medical emergency, that's because of your infection. You're winning, so you're fine. Well, you're probably fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. You're like 6 ahead at 90-ish%, you're fine. Sparing something really awful like extreme malnutrition, even a 0% 10 at this point, we're locked in. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Man, this has been a wild run. I haven't had, like, this much of a chaotic, unstable run in a very long time. I would say the last run that it was, this all over the place with people having mood breaks and that constantly was the Adam and Eve run, because like I said, we had 20-something pawns, and literally all of them were family. There was the 2 parents and then all of the kids, and we lost 2 of the kids in a really bad mech raid, which is honestly one of those things you saw what showed up on the map and went, oh god, someone's dying in this fight. And, you know, one person got plugged by the first Lancer hit, and then the other one, I think it was, they got scorchered and they ran into the mechs as opposed the other way. So they just got shredded. And everyone else surprisingly walked away without too bad of injuries. But it was one of those things that then you look at it and everyone had like -30 because it was either like, you know, they lost their brother and sister or they lost 2 of their kids. And you're like, oh, I have found a weakness in this colony. I have found a real big weakness in this colony. Because it is really hard to manage having like a -30 for 15 days. That is a lot of negative to absorb out of like 21 people. And that was before we had Mind Numb and everything from Anomaly as well. So it was like, here, have a beer, have some Sai tea. That not enough? Well, have some catharsis, I guess. Because that's what I've got to offer. Which, that was 100% where things spiraled. We would start to barely claw things back together and have our next raid, and we'd lose 1 person in that raid, and it'd kind of start the pile over again. And it just, I remember what actually finally finished it off. It was just one of those ones that we just couldn't quite get people back on their feet before the next raid would happen. And just, people were constantly breaking. You'd have your raid, you'd have someone break and just walk out, like, just open the door and let themselves out of the defensive perimeter, and you go, okay, do I throw my people into the wide open and no cover to no cover with, you know, someone who's got numbers on me, or do I just, you know, write that person off? And there isn't a correct answer. Alright, so take the smoke leaf. Man, I wish you had steel. Or anything. I'll take that for the medicine. Because we can make more of our, Oh, we can't. I don't have the drug bench. The drug bench got destroyed. Drug bench, wood. 75 steel. I'll queue that up. It's fine. Because more than likely when we get a bulk trader coming through, they're probably going to have, like, if they have steel, it'll probably be like 300, 400, 500, maybe more. Well, that's not what you like to see. I definitely don't like to see that we're completely out of food. That said, we're about to get our rice up. We're about to get some corn up. We just need to hang in here a little bit longer till that starts to recover. You all have a bit longer till you get out of here. 7 days. I think we'll be okay. Between butchering a couple of small animals to get ourselves like 2, 3, 4 meals, getting the rice up and a little handful of corn, it'll be close, but I think we'll manage. We're starving a bit at the moment. So butcher the turkey, because that'll give us a handful of meals to get through the next day. Actually, wait. You probably had a little bit of food. Pemmican. It's not much, but it's pemmican. Watch everyone swarm the pemmican. I don't even need to pick it up out of the water. We're gonna just grab it and go. Yeah, so haul the last tiny fraction of pemmican. That should carry us. Because everyone's not starving now. We will get a handful of meals out of... No, we'll get a little bit of meals out of that. We should get the rice up. So it'll be a little bit dicey for a little bit, but I think we'll be alright. Even better if we have, like, any meaningful animal walk on the map. That'll help out as well. Because the amount of grow space we have is more than enough grow space to handle this many colonists, even with the penalty from the giant smoke cloud. It's just between losing our actually decent farmer and everything else we're behind, and then taking on 4 refugees. Got some catch up to do. Alright, so 100% grown. Where is our farming people? You're not farming. Yeah, we need to prioritize harvesting that, actually. There we go. We should harvest all that, get the new stuff planted, then they're pulling up the corn. There we go. And the corn's got a lot of nutrition for the amount of effort, so that'll be pretty good. It won't be enough for like 7 days, but I think it'll be enough to carry us till the berries are ready, until a little bit more corn is ready, to a little bit more berries. You get the idea, and eventually the potatoes will roll in. You can also see later on putting a bridge across here. Basically making a path that the AI will want to go around this way, very predictably follow a path. Just because we can manage to get them to do that more and more, it means we can really control how the engagement goes, that we have cover and they don't, yada yada yada. Without having to resort to kill boxes and all that. You took a child who in turn brought in a big sapper raid. It was lucky you didn't lose anyone, got pummeled by 3 triple rocket launchers. You did send the child out to punch a Megasloth afterwards. Age 10 with misogynist as a trait, no thank you. That's, I've gotten to the point, I almost will never, like, unless I'm desperate for a person, when they're like, someone is calling for help, do you want to let them to colony? No. Because 99% of the time they show up and they're like, volatile misogynist. And you're like, no, get out. Oh, chemical fascination cannibal. No, get out. Oh, bloodlust volatile. Why? Go away. It's very rare I get a pawn that way. I'm like, oh, you know what? Actually, I could use them. It does happen. It does. But I've gotten to the point if I cannot see what the colonist is in advance, most of the time my answer is just gonna be no. I would rather be short on colonist than have a bad colonist. Because a bad colonist will do more damage than help for your colony than being a little shorthanded and having to juggle responsibilities. I've definitely had some truly awful, or you have like greedy, jealous, whatever, and you're just like, please stop. You already have 3 rows? Oh man, that's impressive, because once you start getting up to the area of like 20 colonists, it does feel like RimWorld actively tries to do its best to keep you from getting more. You can still definitely get more. I've definitely had runs where I've gotten to like the upper 20s and all that. But it does get to the point that you're like, malaria, 10 people, and you're like, oh my god, please. You know, and those sides of the raids you're getting are really rough, and then trying to get new colonists, it's not as bad as it used to be. Before biotech, when you started to get to those mid to upper 20s number of colonists, you would have nearly no one would go down where they wouldn't just instant die or be unwavering, and there's no way to work around well, there's no not cheaty way to get around to unwavering back then, and all that stuff. And so it was like really hard to get, you know, really large colonies back then. Nowadays you can, especially with having kids, you can definitely make it happen. You just gotta be patient and then do what you gotta do to stay alive. So that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. For those who are new to the channel, I do stream for about 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST, and it is a little bit after 4 a.m. So with that, what's going to end up happening here is, first, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. As a reminder, on the Discord in the polls channel, we do have a poll going on for if you'd like to weigh in on games to play in the future channel. I've got a handful that I'm considering that, you know, I'd like your feedback, that if you would like to see me play it, make sure you vote on that. So with that said, go ahead and grab that raid message for Eunuch. I really need to go through and improve that non-subs one, so I do apologize about that. So go ahead and grab that. What I am going to do is, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because there's no raiding over there. But if you're over here on Twitch, we're going to go find someone for us to raid who we know makes good content. So let me go ahead and get to my ending stream screen and see